I didn't sell out, son. I bought in. Keep that in mind.
Welcome to episode 256 of the Independent Characters. This is Carl.
This is Josh.
And this is Campbell.
Yeah, it works. Hey, Campbell, thanks for joining us again, man.
Happy to be here.
I know you've got your full-time gaming job and your full-time podcast job.
Yeah, so, why not have even fuller time by being here with you guys?
We love having you on.
Pile it on.
That's right.
Happy to be here. Happy to hang out with you guys at Adepticon. Happy to meet with you again here.
Yeah, I listened to your guys' coverage of it, your coverage of it.
Yeah, I always feel weird when you do like an event recap and only one of you went, so it's always the Cam had fun, Dan had none sort of episode.
Yeah, that was good.
We've had it the other way around before too, though. It's just real life happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then we did, our coverage of it.
No, I listened to it too.
And yeah, and then I gotta throw this out there. Like, if you are not a patron of our show, you should be. If you're not a patron of Before You Get Badcast, you should be, but second after our show. And if you're not you're not a patron of either of those, you should be a patron of Life After the Cover Save to listen to their latest episode. Oh my god!
Yeah, you were telling us about that beforehand.
I was crying. It was so funny. Those guys,
was fun. That was
those guys
for only 1 month.
Those guys are just like when they're on, man. They make me laugh very hard. Anyway,
they're having fun.
Speaking of patron, this episode is sponsored by George Coxon and John Paul Crouch. Thanks, guys. We really appreciate the support. We've released some patron content and also a look at our narrative players and campaign guide up there. So, and I've added even more to it since then, Josh. So pulled in
and more coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's off to a good start. We got some good feedback initially, so I'd like critical feedback so that people can tell us what's up. But we'll run it through a couple rounds of that before we release it publicly. But it's like a 150-page document now. So.
It's comprehensive. I'll have to do a much deeper dive than what I have on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. We're part of
the one time I disagree with you. I'll go deep.
Yeah. Okay. We're part of the Goonhammer Media Network. So you can check us out at media.goonhammer.com for more shows and information. And this episode, we are going to be updating an episode that we did previously, episode 72, which is an episode Ken and Jeff and I did. Ken was a guest host. And we took the impetus of the episode was people would talk about White Dwarf and say it's nothing but a catalog. And it's terrible, and it used to be so much better. And so we heard that and thought, well, let's see if it used to be better or when it was better, because people always have kind of rose-colored nostalgia glasses. I do as well. Let's take a look. So we picked like each 3 issues, read them cover to cover, and then kind of gave our feedback on what was valuable about them, what wasn't, where we thought things were now versus then, and ultimately what we thought was kind of the best era for White Dwarf at that time. Now, though, that was 2013. So that was 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And so a lot changed with White Dwarf over those 12 years. And so we thought, you know what? It's time to update that, kind of cover that period and give us a sense of where we stand. So episode 72, White Dwarf Then and Now, is available. I don't know if it's available publicly. It's definitely on our Patreon at the moment. It'll eventually get available publicly.
It is publicly.
Okay, great. I didn't remember where I was. And we decided to call this one White Dwarf Now and Again. So we'll take a look.
A Hobbit's Tale.
There you go.
And when you do this again in about 100 episodes, it'll be White Dwarf again and again.
Yeah, again and again. White Dwarf, would you shut up about this topic?
And so on in perpetuity.
Now and nower.
That being said, while we were at Adepticon, Paul Fat Bloke Sawyer, former White Dwarf editor, passed away while we were at Adepticon. I know he'd been sick for some time. People who knew him like really enjoyed it. I never knew him. Obviously I read a lot of his material though. So, I think he had an impact on anybody who's been involved in the hobby for a long time. So
he's certainly all over the issue I picked and was a familiar face that I just grew up seeing and reading.
Nice.
So that was, sad, kind of expected, but still.
Yeah. It's never, even when it's expected, it doesn't mean it sucks less. So,
yeah.
All right. So, let's leap into Elite Choice. Again, Elite Choice is we go through the IC's community, or in this case, we'll allow 40K Badcast community since Campbell here is joining us. And whether it's on Discord, on our Facebook page, wherever people are contributing and sharing their stuff, we kind of peek in there and take a look at what was our favorite thing. And so I'll go first. My favorite thing was from Brett D16 and his fantastic work on his Salamanders vehicles for 30K. I am a huge fan of this approach with the flames on the bottom of the vehicles. Jeff, the original co-host here was a Salamanders player. And this is way back before we got into airbrushing and painting to the degree we paint now. And I wish he played now because like he would we could make a really cool looking Salamanders army for him, but he's so out of 40K at this point. He's done.
Right.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's playing old man games with pirates and boats.
That's right. That's right. He's gone back to his
Black
historicals.
powder, muskets, and boats. Yep.
Campbell, you probably play some of the games that he plays now.
I can't say I play him at this particular juncture, but I'm more familiar with him than most.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of my pals at Adepticon about how Jeff was playing, I think, Blood and Plunder at one point.
Yeah.
And I think his dad was helping him with like the rigging on the ships or something like that. It's just multi-generational dad hobbies.
That's
fantastic.
Cool. Anyway, I love the flame effects on this. I love the color scheme in general. And, if I were going to do a Space Marine army at this point, I think I would probably I like Salamanders. I think they're like a cool. Jeff kind of sold me on them. He's like, they're really like the only good guy Space Marines. I mean, and they are like they really do believe in protecting humanity. Yeah. So I think they're kind of cool. I think they look awesome. But great job, Brett. These look fantastic, man. I'm excited to see the rest of the army.
Yeah. I really love the sense of motion that he captured in the flame, like using the whether it's stencil or just like even a light feathering to it. I also a former Salamanders player they had a huge Apocalypse Salamanders army in 5th and 6th edition, but had much more like static kind of classic flames. But I really love just the blending and the sense of motion that these flames have captured. Like really well done. I
got really good at painting flames when I was doing a squad of Legion of the Damned for my original Ultramarines army.
Yeah.
I loved using that unit back then. Like,
I remember that unit.
Plasma guns, ignores cover. Heck yeah, I'll take 2. Thank you.
I'm just thinking, Brett, you absolute mad lad. You're batch painting 9 tanks at once. Double checking. This is not a Legions Imperialis picture here. These are full scale big boy tanks.
Yeah, looking good.
They look great. They look great.
Yeah. Josh, what did you pick?
Yeah, I went with Rise Burn Kim from our Discord, and this is just some great freehand work for a knight that is in work in progress knight. There's even a nice reference to just being a couple of triangles, especially on the skull there. Which, if you look how it's broken down. Start with the triangles, add some circles to that, and
shut up, Bryce.
Anyways, it's a knight shoulder pad that has a really nice freehand skull. I am currently working on my vampire counts for the Old World army and looking to do some freehand for my banners in that army. So this was a nice inspiration. I've done a ton of reference. I've got a collection of references that I want to do some like freehand kind of vampiric skulls. So like skulls with, fangs and things like that for all my banners, which I'll talk about in a little bit when we get to the our hobby progress section. But it was just a really nice call out with the just a nicely executed skull. Really nice sense of depth to that, from some recesses to the highlights of the bone on the skull there, and then also there's just a really clean kind of Thousand Sun Scarab style on the top carapace of the knight, and it's just just the lines of the proportions are pretty dead on to the Forge World art, the transfers, everything in there, and it just all being freehand, and that kind of just time and attention to detail was a worthy call out for me. So yeah, nicely done. Can't wait to see the whole night put together. Yeah.
Yeah, that scarab especially is cool as hell. Like they've got a great non-metallic metal sort of thing going on there.
Shading.
I don't think I'm familiar. Yeah, the shading is really nice. I don't think I'm familiar with that transfer sheet, so I don't know if the scarab with the Eye of Horus for the head is original to that, or if that is it's Kim's
That's
invention,
sick. I didn't actually see the Eye of Horus in there until you just pointed that out. That is so cool.
It's just funny to have an Egyptian Eye of Horus, but no, not that one. But still, this is extremely cool. I love seeing this come together.
You know, I've watched like a YouTube tutorial on how to paint that skull, or a very similar skull to that one, and I gave it a try. Like I gave it, honest to goodness, 8 attempts. And I felt like I was doing one of those. This is the other thing Jeff used to talk about. Another one of those, you know, draw a circle, draw another circle, now paint the rest of the bird.
Just draw the owl.
The owl. I tried so hard to get, and finally I just got so frustrated I gave it up. And I wish I could do freehand to this level, because I'm talking about it on my hobby products, but I'm doing a Thunderhawk right now, and I'd really love to add some freehand stuff, but I just don't have the skill or the practice in to pull it off at this point. So yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned the owl, Carl, because in episode 72 is the episode that Jeff actually talks about that. Doing a re-listen to it. Yeah. He was talking about the paint splatter, and it's like step 1, step 2, step 3, draw the rest of the owl.
That's right.
Draw a circle, draw another circle, draw the rest of the owl.
Yeah.
So having the Forge World transfer sheet in front of me, I'm looking at it. And it's a Eye of Ra on the scarab, which this has been transformed a little bit to make it the Eye of Horus, which is actually a really nice little subtle change there, but works so well. It's similar. You guys probably can't tell from
certainly the audience can't tell, but yeah.
Either way.
Very cool.
Like similar look, but a nice little tweak that just ties it into that kind of heresy Horus allegiance more.
Very cool. All right, Campbell, what did you do?
All right, I picked some work by friend of the show and friend of my show, Eric Beers.
Dude, Eric is the best. Yeah. I have not heard from Eric in so long.
I talk to him pretty regularly. He's one of our moderators in the Badcast Discord, so he is working harder than I am to keep that community under control. And he has been, I was chatting with him a while ago. I've been kind of getting to watch his like artistic evolution over the last year or so.
Yeah.
He was doing some like sketches of airplanes he was kind of inventing. Then he started moving into making 3D models of them, some of which are printable, which is extremely cool.
I did see those. Those were rad. Yeah.
I'll find a link and we can pop in the show notes later. But he picked up basically an iPad and Procreate on my recommendation, and he has been doing like kind of digital but traditional style art that's very John Blanche inspired.
I would have thought these were chalk, like chalk on
you think it was like charcoal or
charcoal. That's what these look fantastic.
Procreate is probably the best $12 you can spend as a digital artist.
Wow.
One time, you don't need to pay a subscription. Screw all that Adobe stuff. But yeah, Beersy has been doing some fantastic work over here. He's got this really cool artwork of a Chaos Marine. He's got
suffer not the rich to live.
Badass, suffer not the rich to live. I wonder whose head that guy's holding. Who could say?
Who could say? It looks a little morphed. Looks like it's had some.
It looks a little musky.
I was gonna say probably smells a little musky.
Smells a little musky,
yeah. And this extremely cool Thousand Suns. Speaking of that, so
looks fantastic. That Thousand Suns guy looks awesome.
Yeah, and this little like Grim Reaper tree sort of thing he did too. Like,
great work, Beers.
It's been so cool seeing him go from just like some kind of sketchy, like good, but just sketchy sort of like here's an airplane to these like nice, detailed renderings. It's been very cool to see this evolution. It's been very cool to see it happen so fast. And his work is fantastic.
He's a talented guy in general, but man, this is really killing it. Nice. I think that's a great call out.
That lighting on the Thousand Sun is absolutely
so good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's very
underlit.
Very getting the flash out and telling a spooky story in front of the campfire.
Exactly. Very, very ghost story. Yeah, perfect.
And then Armin found the Black Library, but there was a hook in the door. That looks fantastic. All right. Well, good job. Good job, guys. That's a great piece. I'm glad you shared that, Campbell. That's fantastic.
Yeah, good find.
Eric, don't be a stranger. I guess I could not be a stranger on the Badcast Discord. Okay. Let's talk hobby progress. I actually got some hobby progress down this last period. I completed my Vashtor the Arcaphane conversion and paint job, where I took a creature caster. I think she's called the Mechanitrix model. It's something I thought about for almost a year now, like using the bottom half of her. I thought
you already had that model because you've been talking about it for a while, at least between the two of us. But I didn't realize you had not yet picked it up.
No, I was kind of on the fence, and I wanted to see it in person to see if the size would work correctly, and it sure did.
Yeah.
And so I completed it, assembled it, painted it. I love it. It's exactly what I was hoping it would be. Even did a little green stuffing in there. It looks okay. I assembled and painted all but one of my Skaven warband. I assembled the final one. I just got him from the GW store for Jody's upcoming Mordheim
campaign weekend. We're just going to do it over a weekend. I'm super excited because I've never played before, but
campaign weekends are so fun.
I just awesome. Weekend campaign stuff is solid because you're like it's going to end right here, but I just slap chop these things and use the speed paints on them, and super happy with the results.
They turned out well.
Yeah, they're great.
Bronze speed paints are the best speed paints also, and you do have that going for you, but also it's just really nice detail.
Yeah.
I was asking if you did an oil wash and things like that because just the faces had such good depth and character with that, just the slap chop and speed paint, that it looked like you'd actually applied some enamels. They look really good.
What were you going to say, Campbell?
No, I was like, Skaven are perfect for that sort of painting
super
technique.
Easy. Right.
And I'm looking at them now. I had to dig through the Discord because you didn't post them in the show notes. How dare you? And no, they're looking good.
The pictures are actually not the greatest. They look better in person as typical. But I basically used a bunch of Skaven from the Skaventide box set that I got at Adepticon, and that was my intention from the get go. But now I'm also like, I should paint up the rest of the Skaventide set just so I have a what do you call it? Spearhead?
Yeah. Spearhead going if nothing else. Yeah.
Just a spearhead thing. And I'll probably never play it, but it'll take me like no time at all to paint those up. So, so I did that. I built a base for my Chaos Reaver Titan, that Caleb Wissenbeck had painted, for the upcoming Maelstrom Mixer. They wanted me to bring it, but it wasn't on a base, and it was pretty stable, but around our friends here at my house, I wouldn't be concerned, but around an event where people might bump a table or something, if that thing fell over, it would just break my heart because it is a piece of artwork that Caleb has put together.
Absolutely.
So I've talked to Dan Osborne about how do I bolt this thing to a base, and Dan walked me through kind of pinning and how he pins. He just does pinning, which I've done before, but he was like, "Oh, just make sure you drill like this." And so I just went for it. And, so I've got the base built. I've added, some ruin pieces to it and a couple other little pieces. I've primed it. I just need to get it with an airbrush and dry brush and stuff. And then it's ready to go to the event. Speaking of the Maelstrom Mixer, about 90% complete painting my Thunderhawk, my Chaos Thunderhawk for that thing. It's a Black Legion one. It's coming out pretty good. I decided I'm going to try to freehand some yellow Chaos Star on it and nice. Such. So I think with some tape and stuff, that'll come out pretty good.
Yeah. You could also,
I love that you're bringing a Thunderhawk and a Reaver Titan to the Maelstrom Mixer. Just just simple pickup game. I'm assuming they're mission or terrain pieces, not part of your force, but
oh yeah, they are. No, the
cool set dressing.
The Reaver Titan is part of that.
Super heavy is cool.
There's also a narrative thing that they're doing where Brett has a manta, and the manta and the Reaver are going to be battling, but it'll be kind of narratively dictated, I think. And then the Thunderhawk is because they're doing a full scale version of Aeronautica Imperialis.
Nice.
Oh, interesting.
Nice.
I went over to the house where they were, because they wanted to take some pictures and stuff. I don't want to share the pictures because I don't know what they want to share from that. I'll go to their site and see if they've shared anything there, and then I'll share those same pictures. But they got out huge mats that were printed out on vinyl, and they're basically Aeronautic Imperialis mats with the hexes, and they were over there building wooden bases for these things, and the bases have got to be like 10 inches across each, 10 to 12 inches across each, like hex bases with turn dials on them and stuff, and like they are going all out. Wow. It is going to be awesome.
Oh, that
cool. Sounds incredible.
Yeah. So I'm
genuinely jealous of that.
And I sold my Ultramarines Thunderhawk to one of the guys from the club there, and he's repainted it. He was like, "Oh, do you mind if I paint?" I'm like, "It's yours. You do whatever you want with it." He painted it so much better than I had it painted. It looks so nice. He did such a good job. And so that one's going to be there too. I also sold my Word Bearers Army finally to,
they moved.
What's that?
No, they moved. I saw you had posted those up for sale a little while ago.
Yeah. I gave them a pretty good deal because it's somebody that really was excited about them and wanted them. And they're just sitting there collecting dust effectively in my cases. And I just I'd rather go to somebody who's excited
from the Discord for his love of Logar.
It was not. It was not. It was actually a guy. It was actually a guy named Chris who, reached out. He's like, "Hey, send me a DM and we'll negotiate." I'm like, "Okay, this is what I'm looking for." He's like, "Yeah, let's do it." And I said, if you're in the US, I'll even pay shipping." And then I was like, "Hey, if you could send the money to me, just send it friends and family." I go, "Obviously, you know who I am," and then he was like, we're talking, and then it became apparent he didn't know who I was. He's on our Discord. He was like, no, my friend said, "Oh, you got to come here and look, this guy's selling this." And I'm like, "Oh, well,
wow.
This is my Discord server." I said, "I run a podcast," and I sent him a link. He's like, "Oh, check this out." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So
that's maybe the most expensive single piece of advertising you've ever done for the podcast.
There you go. It's just, I kind of assumed he knew who I was because he was on the Independent Characters Discord channel.
Yeah, I don't think it's conceited to assume someone knows who you are on your own server.
Right. It's not like I walked into 7-Eleven. I'm like, "Don't you know who I am?"
Yeah.
The ego on this guy. Jeez.
They're like, "Yeah, you're the guy that comes here and buys Coke Zero."
Yeah.
The ego on this guy. Clearly, you know who I am. And then also, last but not least, since purchases are progress, and because I had painted up mine and given them to Shell, I bought some new Chaos Possessed because I need them for my Black Legion. I love the unit. It's a great assault unit.
You're going to go Possessed with Abaddon over Terminators, you think?
No, I'm going Chosen with Abaddon. Chosen with Abaddon.
Chosen. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. I've got them assembled. I need to get painting on them, but I'm, being diverted to 100 different projects. So, and by the way, Campbell, I don't know if you saw, the reason I got Abaddon and the guys out behind the Land Raider in our game was because I felt like if I got him out front, you were going to overwatch with
with the Redeemer.
The Redeemer. In hindsight, I should have just took it. I could have probably weathered the Redeemer.
You probably could have with Terminators.
Yeah. But it wasn't going to change the course of that game. If I had kept making the saves I was making, it might have, but eventually those were going to run out. It was still a good game.
It was a great time.
I had such a good time with you. Thank you. Yeah.
Of course.
Josh, what have you been working on?
Yeah. So my Old World Escalation League here in Santa Cruz is trucking along here. So that's been pulling my limited hobby time that I've had. So we're up to, this month was 1,100 points that we're all at now. So I added my White Lord Battle Standard Bearer, who does not yet have the free hand yet done on the banner. So I do need to go back and I got the the Citadel Skull kit. So now I can add a skull to the top of the banner pole, which was definitely missing. And a free hand, add a little vampiric skull free hand for the BSB on there. And that's I did a little just brass rod. It's actually a Beastman banner I got from a local guy because I didn't have anything that was worthy of a battle standard bearer kind of size banner because I don't have a Bits of Fantasy anymore, having been out of Fantasy for a bit now. So really good to finish him up, and then I also got the Blood Knights all painted up, and that was a fun fun kit to paint. I'm very happy with how they turned out. This is kind of it's a fun army with all the undead and skeletons. I'm a very dry undead enthusiast, so no zombies or anything like that. I like the skeletons, although vampires obviously have some vitality to them from what they're stealing from others. But the Blood Knights, you can't see well in the picture in the notes, but just like all of the edging and recess and detail that those have with all the just like chunks and plates of armor, like the highlights just turned out so nice. I'm really happy with how they turned out. And it's been super fun. So that army's growing. Next month I have a bunch of direwolves. So this will be the one more like fleshy thing in the army that's not just kind of classic skeletons, just something kind of fast and chaffy that will get me up to the next level for our 1,400 points next month. So that's the only painting I've been doing, but I have been printing like mad. So I did print out after Adepticon a full arsenal force. This is like a Titanfall, the video game inspired skirmish war game. Very, very fast, very simple rule set. A bunch of our local crew are very, very into it. You've got tiny little grunts that are, your classic 28 millimeter dude, but then you have these giant titans that are, like 4 or 5 inches tall.
I didn't claim the credit for mine because Anthony printed them out and mailed them to me. I was like, cool.
I printed all on my own, so I did. I printed
look at all the work you did,
so I could have a variety of weapons. Haven't started painting them yet, but I did get all the grunts and specials assembled and based.
Yeah,
and I printed out little there's little tags for the bases so you can label what they are, because it is a miniatures agnostic game that also happens to have official models through Skullforge Studios. So they're doing the rules and models for that game. So we'll probably talk about it in a Patreon episode at some point.
I will be slap chopping these as well.
I think they'll take it well.
Yeah, I think they'll.
And then also Mordheim. So I'm doing a Witch Hunter warband. I had an undead warband back in 2000 whatever when Mordheim came out. So I decided not to go that way, since part of me was like tempted because I'm doing all the undead vampire count stuff for Old World. If I just wanted to double down, it's like, I've always wanted to do a Witch Hunter warband, and the new Witch Hunter models are just absolutely fantastic. So I'm using all the Citadel new plastic kits for the modern Witch Hunters, which I absolutely love. And then I am doing some prints for the rest of the warband, which is like the dogs and the zealots and things like that.
Nice.
Just because the kits, the Cities of Sigmar kits aren't quite what I'm looking for, and the scales changed and everything in the modern kits, and like the classic flagellants don't quite exist anymore.
I have a box of them.
Oh, okay. I've printed some, but I might.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have it if you need it. So.
Okay.
So Hunters are the Warhammer Underworld's warband of witch hunters.
I picked that up, which comes with one witch hunter and then a bunch of just kind of the peripheral warband guys. And then there's also the brother and sister. I don't remember the names. I tossed them.
It's the Van Dents. It's the Bring Your Daughter to Work Day witch hunters.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's our dad and daughter.
Yeah, it's dad and
yeah. So I have them, and then I also have the guy. I'm terrible with the names on it, but the guy, the witch hunter from Cursed City,
Callus and Toll.
Oh, that guy's awesome.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't find Callus.
His name is Janice Derrick. I remember all this stuff instead of things that actually matter.
Yeah.
So.
There you go.
Well, I'm glad we got you here.
I painted up that whole Cursed City set. We've played it, like we've played through 3 missions and we haven't played it again, but I'd like to, but they were a joy to paint. What's that?
Yeah, that's 3 more times than I've played. And I painted the whole set too. It is a great set.
Yeah.
Top to bottom banger models.
So this is I painted up a model from Cursed City for my Necromunda Outcast gang also, because like there's some really cool models in that. So I'm doing some conversion work on Janus, because he has a giant hunting rifle, which is like 200 gold coins to get in Mordheim, which you only start with 500. It's like, that's not happening. So I'm doing some fun conversion work on these guys, which we'll get them online. And then I've just been going mad with 3D printing for terrain on this one. To get us some extra tables.
I'm excited about it, man. I need to get printing because that was actually one of the things that got me interested in Mordheim. Was there's a ton of ruins out there you can just print and play now. I mean,
there's so much.
So easy to make a Mordheim
fantasy
board.
ruined and planks and multi-levels and things like that. It's really amazing what you can do with the files that are out there these days.
And I love the Mordheim lore.
That's been
like the lore of
absolutely.
it is just fantastic.
Yeah.
So.
And just the aesthetic was so good, and it was so unapproachable for the average person who maybe isn't great at building terrain.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you look at old pictures from GW back in the day and see the scratch built cities and all that, you'd be like, oh, this is amazing.
It's crazy.
And you get the box and it's like, oh, here's cardboard buildings with plastic window frames.
Thin card stock. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
like,
I will say
fine,
now with the 3D printer, you can knock it out of the park, man. It's super
absolutely.
Easy. All right. What do you got going on, Campbell? Man, I hate you. You're so good. You're such a good painter, dude.
Thank you. So I'm also I'm not the one doing the printing, but I have a guy, my buddy Barkin, who's been doing the printing for me. After Adepticon, I played the Trench Crusade demo, and I just went whole hog. I went and got a new Antioch warband printed. So basically one of everything from the initial like Kickstarter wave. And I have just been having a lovely time painting these models. I kind of figured out a new painting technique that's a little different from what I usually do. So first off, I got these yeomen, which are just kind of your regular rank and file dudes. These are just essentially your gangers. And what I've been doing is instead of, every color's base coat, layer, highlight, etc., I primed the models brown, and I've been leaving that dark brown. It's the Color Forge, like Rhinox hide match brown. I've been leaving that dark brown in all the recesses.
Yeah.
So it just kind of automatically gets that level of shading done. And it looks intentional. It looks dirty.
Yeah.
And it still lets me paint in my fairly clean
It looks
style.
Fantastic, dude. These guys look great.
Yeah,
these models are really lovely.
Yeah.
I haven't worked with 3D prints much before, aside from like a Hero Forge mini and maybe one or two one-offs here and there. But these have been genuinely pretty wonderful to work with.
Yeah. They can be a little fragile sometimes.
They are very fragile.
Yeah.
There's a dude in here where I was like trimming not a mold line, like a gate peg support off his leg, and the entire leg just snapped and flew across the room. One of the guys I worked in down here, I was trying to do that too, and I lost the back strap of his submachine gun, so I had to green stuff a new one.
Yeah.
But it's not
glue. I need glue.
I couldn't find the piece anymore. I can't glue it. Ain't there. So
there is a type of resin, just for general FYIs for listeners, especially, that is made for like game pieces specifically.
Oh, interesting.
Which has a lot more flexibility and durability compared to like your standard water washable or isopropyl washable. Like there is a game specific brand of resin that just adds so much more to models that are going to be interacted with in a skirmish game, especially.
That's awesome.
That's sweet. So I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, so these guys, I'm doing they're kind of based in the Aerie Rangers, which is the like essentially the Irish in this sort of in this setting. So I've been going with, I did all this research into like World War I uniforms and Irish uniforms of like the Easter Rising and everything, and
it shows.
It shows, and then I came back around and realized I basically just reinvented the box art scheme.
Yeah.
just now they have gray pants instead of green pants. But yeah, the Rangers or the Yeoman, I did a little freehand harp on the trench shield there, which was a lot of fun to kind of do. And then I repeated that on the lieutenant's patches that are on his shoulder. You can't super see it in the picture I posted there, but I definitely got that in there too. But yeah, I painted up 4 yeomen, a lieutenant, a combat engineer, a trench cleric, a pair of sniper priests, and a squad of 4 shock troopers.
Sniper priests, I love it.
The sniper priests ritualistically blind themselves, and they let God do their aiming for them.
That is great.
It's so over the top. I love
That's
it.
hardcore.
The setting is very edgy, very hardcore, and I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Fantastic,
Grimdark wasn't grimdark enough for you. Take it to Trench Crusade.
Exactly.
You ripped this stuff out fast too. It looks great.
It's one part enthusiasm, one part coming up with an easy scheme. And a third part of just maybe stealing a little more time from work than I should to work on these over the last week.
Don't say that.
Don't say it. But yeah, working on these guys, working on the set of the mechanized infantry to come up next.
Fantastic, dude.
Nice.
I'm not going to play Trench Crusade. I keep telling myself that. Okay, let's leap into games played before I start playing Trench Crusade. Speaking of games played, I haven't played any games the last 2 weeks. I've been just too busy with other stuff at the moment, but I am really looking forward to playing something soon. And in early June, I go down to Cheyenne's in Southern California for a quarterly get together. I'll be playing some then. Josh, what have you been playing?
Yeah, I just have the one game of Old World for our Escalation League monthly game. So that was the 1,100 point game that I played with Daniel against Skaven. He's one of the league organizers.
How many people are participating in the league?
We started with 24, and I think we still have 20 going.
That's
so
good.
It's a pretty good size local community.
Yeah.
A lot of our Santa Cruz community is not playing 40K. But a lot of these guys never transitioned into Age of Sigmar either. Like they stuck with 8th edition fantasy and have been playing for years and years since the world was blowed up.
Crazy.
And now with Old World, a lot of their armies are based in such a way that they can play Old World or 8th edition, and they, playing against Daniel, who I think he said he's got about 90 reps of Old World under his belt. Where I was like, cool, I think this is game 6 for me.
90. That's a lot.
Yeah. So they're really enjoying it, having a great time. It was a really fun game that I thought I was absolutely going to get destroyed because everything that Skaven has like warp stone, so it's all magic. My army as undead is very durable but doesn't hit very hard. But some of them, like the Wraith units, are only vulnerable to magic. So it's like, oh, okay. And the fact that he's got magic, like all these magic guns, a magic lightning cannon, like I was like, okay, I'm gonna get destroyed as I just slowly like shamble up to his gun line. That did not happen. He had two bad dice rolls that very much swung the game with his kind of main core unit of clan rats with his leader that ended up seeing them run down by some black knights that I had, and the game swung very quickly, very decisively in my favor. Of what felt like a very close game ended up going my way very decisively at the end there. But it was a really fun game. So
1,100 points, like, speak to me in 40K terms so I can understand, like, what conceptually, like, would that look like for a 40K game? Is that like 1,000 point 40K game? Is that like a game 1,500 points?
It's probably like 1,250.
Okay,
is about
okay.
Your standard size game of Old World is 2,000 points.
Oh, okay.
Similar to 40K. There's definitely more bodies on the board with the rank and flank.
Yeah.
So I've got a block of 20 skeletons, and then cavalry, which are multiple models with horses and the riders and things like that.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. I would say that's roughly a 1,250 kind of point 40K game. And just the battlefields are more open because it is fantasy. Yeah. With you need space to
wheel around
and do all that kind of stuff. But terrain interacts in really interesting ways. Like my wraiths ignore cover, so like they go in the forest and they're able to hide from all the magic shooting guns to make it a little bit harder for them to get hit, to buy them some survivability. And I don't know. It's I'm very much enjoying the game and look forward to it every month for the next couple months.
Right on.
And we're going to end with one giant game. It'll be, I think it's the plan is one entire day game that I think is everybody who has their 2,000 point level army painted playing in just one giant team game. So
right on.
So that'll be wild, especially if all 20 of us are in there. I don't think everybody's going to make it to the end with painted stuff. Some people are still playing, but not painting. So it's a pointed system where you get points for painting, and then you get points for your level of victory in a game.
Love it.
That's fun. I'm doing well so far. Not everybody is painting, but I would say 85% of everybody is fully painted.
It's good turnout.
And we're gonna have some really good looking armies at the end there.
Nice.
And of course, I've got Craig and Ivan in the league, who are both Golden Demon.
You mean Golden Demon winning Craig and I? Craig and Ivan?
Exactly. So I have to stomp them in games because I can't stomp them with painting. And I'm pretty happy with how this army's turning out. It's also nice to, for me, I feel like I'm taking like a little step back for this army. Like I know I'm capable of more, but I'm still very happy with how the army's turning out at the same time. So I'm finding a nice kind of middle ground. Yeah. So
Campbell, what have you been playing?
I've been playing 40K. So I got a couple.
Somebody has around here.
Somebody's been playing 40K.
On a show about 40K.
Yeah, so I've been running basically the same list of Templars I was running at Adepticon, with some adjustments because Desolation Marines, despite what every competitive 40K player sicko has been saying, I think they're still junk. I think they're expensive junk. They're too squishy. They don't hit hard enough. So I've got pretty good Templar list that just runs into everything, hits it real hard, cuts to pieces.
It does.
And the problem is sometimes it doesn't. So at the start of each, again, I take the Templar Righteous Crusaders detachment where you take like a vow at the start of the game, and I usually take the sustained hits one. I stack it with lethal hits on my squads for the lethal sussy 5+. That's my whole shtick. It's fun, and occasionally that bites me in the ass. In this case, it super did, because I was playing against my buddy Spencer's Noble Lance Knights, and sustained hits are not what you need against knights. Lethal hits are, because they are big toughness, a trillion monster robots.
Right.
And I just went with the sustained hits, just kind of autopilot mode, and I just bounced off everything. My shooting bounced off, my chainswords bounced off. I misplayed my Godhammer Land Raider and I lost it turn 1, which keeps happening. And I just could not roll a wound roll. I couldn't roll a save roll. I was just doing real bad, and I was getting a little flustered, and I forgot to pick up my scouts, which is kind of like their whole reason for being, is to pick them up, put them down, do all that objective play. I just completely forgot. I just go, okay, cool, it's your turn. And it wasn't even like one of those like, ooh, I'm sorry, I meant to do this. No, I just completely voided them from my memory for like 2 turns of the game. And despite nearly being tabled on turn 3, I still eked out a very close game. And if I was smart with my scouts, I could have pulled it, because it was a narrow 69-73 defeat. Despite losing almost everything, I was able to play objectives pretty well. But if I was just a little smarter, I could have pulled it out. But again, from picking the wrong vow at the start of the game to just forgetting my primary scoring unit exists.
Oops.
could have done better. I think I was probably still a little brain drained from Adepticon.
Fair enough. You played a lot there.
Yeah, I did. I played like 9 games at Adepticon.
That's
or something. Despite being like, oh, I'm not going to play too much 40k at Adepticon this year. Idiot. So my second game was against my buddy Alex's Hammer of the Emperor Astra Militarum, and this was just a mess of tanks, a whole freaking wall of armor, like 2 Rogel Dorn commanders, like 3 Leman Russes, a Hellhound, bunch of Casterkin. Like, it's a pretty gnarly army. And he admits when we talked after the fact, he was like, yeah, I intentionally positioned one of my Dorn tank commanders to lure you out. And I took the bait.
You fell for it.
Oh, no, I didn't fall for it. I pulled him under with me. He pokes this Dorn out.
Even better.
I roll my Godhammer Land Raider out, and my dice, as cold as they were last week, they're hot this week. I blast this Dorn with all my las cannons and my 100 killer missile. He fails all his saves. I kill it in 1 volley. It explodes. It's at the center of his army. It causes around 20 mortal wounds to everything around it. And he's just kind of dumbfounded.
That's such a huge footprint. Yeah.
Yeah. And because this bomb just went off in his deployment zone. And he's like, oh my God, what do I even do? Because his plan had just backfired. He was able to take up my Godhammer, strand the Hellbrick in my deployment zone. He started like running around with Casterkin. They were real nasty. And I had some really bad charge rolls that just kind of kept me on the back foot a bit. But despite that, I was able to kind of maintain that momentum. And like my Land Raider Redeemer rolled up into the middle of the table and just did what it does, either torching stuff, blowing up vehicles, or just projecting this no-fly zone where he did not want to come within a foot of it. Because nothing, when you zone out essentially a third of the table with 1 tank, you've got that is something that
I wish I had access to that tank as a Chaos player, because I've always loved the Redeemer, and it controls like nobody's business.
Yeah, it just says this 24-inch bubble is mine.
Yep, for sure.
This is mine,
and
I live here now.
Yeah, pretty much. And I don't want to get too into the nitty gritty, but this is the most I've used tank shock and grenades in 1 game, because that Redeemer, after shooting, I'm like, okay, I'm going to back into your Hellhound and tank shock it.
I love tank shock.
That. It's so fun.
It's so good.
And then I was just like racking up command points. I didn't know what to do with them. And on like the 5th turn, I tank shock and use the grenade stratagem with the Redeemer, because it has grenades, kill his second Dorn commander.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
So it was a hell of a game. It was so much fun, and I came out ahead with the 81-62 win.
That is
Alex
fantastic.
Rules. I love playing with him. So
that is fantastic.
Nice.
Grenades on the tank.
It's got the frag launchers in the front. You just give it the grenade frag
very
base
clever.
Inside. But now you can just dish out mortal wounds that thing multiple times in a row.
I hate it even more now. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a short break, and then we're going to come back, and we'll get into the main topic of our show, which is White Dwarf now and again. So we'll be right back. All right, and we're back to get into the main topic of the show, White Dwarf now and again. And to do so, we split up a bunch of White Dwarfs amongst each of us and kind of read them back to back and cover to cover and said, took a bunch of copious notes in our show notes so we can talk about the good, the bad, what we thought, and then we'll kind of summarize, I think, in the last section. So, White Dwarf. Well, I'll get to this point in a bit, but Campbell, you have the first issue here, and this is White Dwarf number 248, which was September of 2000.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'll say for the uninitiated who maybe maybe this is your first time listening to a Warhammer podcast or whatever. White Dwarf is, as it says, Games Workshop's monthly hobby magazine. Back in the day, it was essentially the only source of information you'd really get on the worlds of Warhammer.
Pre-internet.
Pre-internet. And even, honestly, good ways into internet because there weren't just, a million content creators and websites pumping out all sorts of information, tutorials, and so on. So
it took Games Workshop a long time to embrace the internet also.
Yeah, that's true. They are a late adopter of kind of all technology.
Yeah, it's a slow boat to turn, that workshop.
Yes. But you raise a good point, Campbell. Like, it was kind of the monthly go-to piece of content that we got from GW. And this is especially in an era where, especially yours, where it's like, if you got a codex and that codex was great, you're lucky because you're going to have that codex for a long time. And if you got a codex that was terrible, I'm sorry to say you're going to have that codex for a long time. And by long time, I mean 4 to 5 years in most cases, unless you're a space player.
I was talking to
maybe 10.
Dark Eldar.
I was talking to a guy at my game store who's like, "Oh, they put up rule books too often." I'm like, "You don't know how good you got it. You do not know how good you got it."
I think Dark Eldar were 13 years or something like that.
Yeah, it was 16 like 97 to 2009. I think it was. I think or something like that. Maybe 98.
So yeah. So this was kind of like rules that they were experimenting with, all kinds of stuff you would get in the original White Dwarfs. But
yeah, White Dwarf was a grab bag of all the stuff in the world, essentially. And I think that means it was also kind of ran the risk of not being an issue that would click with you because, it's focusing on armies or techniques that you don't really care about. But the next one might be top to bottom, like laser beam focused at your interests.
Right.
Because, things weren't as curated as they are now because you don't have a curated social media feed where you just follow whatever hashtag Ultramarines or whatever.
By the way, I see why you picked this issue.
Oh yeah, because it has has my masculine aspiration on the cover there, which is
I was going to say the bullet
Gallagher
point.
Oh yeah, that too.
Bullet point number 1.
Yes.
Yeah, the Black Templars have landed, and next to that is a Dave Gallagher piece of art of a Catachan with biceps bigger than his head.
They really are.
Yeah, this is White Dwarf 248 September 2000, and this has the aforementioned Catachan on the cover, but most importantly, alongside the Black Templars have landed, Warzone Tempestora, whatever that is new Warhammer, the then new 6th edition of Warhammer Fantasy, but also the Third War for Armageddon continues. So this was framed around one of GW's global campaigns. They used to do a couple of these. They had this one, they had the Eye of Terror one, that had like websites set up where you could send in your results. They did something kind of similar with both the AOS and 40K launch boxes pretty recently, but I don't know how much people really cared about those. No. That was just, you have a code and you enter Team Skaven or whatever.
Taking a step back, so this issue comes out while the Eye of Terror thing is going on?
Well, the Armageddon campaign is going
on. Oh, the Armageddon one. Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. I'll leave my point.
Eye of Terror was later.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Eye of Terror was later, and some of that fluff changed. Some of that didn't.
Sure.
But, none of this is set in stone, despite what some people in the community may think. But I think as far as just like White Dwarf goes, I do think of it as kind of a 5-pronged beast. Like, it is the goal of this magazine is to kind of show you what GW's intention is with Warhammer. So those kind of 5 prongs I've got are aspirational, which is what can they do to inspire you?
Okay.
Because they have the resources to show you what Warhammer can be, what it can look like, what it can feel like.
Absolutely.
Advertising, obviously. What are they trying to sell you? This is also sold as Games Workshop's catalog, and they are a business. They got to make money. They have to do that. And that's fine. So when they're good at what they do, it doesn't feel like advertising. When they're bad, it does.
The interesting thing about that advertising point, I would say, Campbell, is no other companies can advertise in White Dwarf.
Correct.
Whereas like Dragon Magazine, back when it was a thing, companies, if you had a small game you were trying to promote, you could buy advertising in Dragon Magazine if you wanted to. Yeah, GW's White Dwarf is all Games Workshop. They will mention other companies occasionally, and it's usually when they have some type of financial agreement with those companies. And I'll get to that on my my
there's
issue.
Licensing or IP.
Right.
Yeah, usually.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, informative. What are they trying to teach you? This could be stuff like behind the scenes stuff where they're kind of trying to show you all this stuff, or it could be tutorials where they're trying to teach you how to paint stuff in a certain way, which honestly, as I said, that was the only way you'd find how to paint stuff for a long time. Then there's play material, which is rules to use in your games. So that could be, here's a new unit, here's a new detachment, or here's a whole little mini game. Like I've had quite a few issues with little mini games.
Yeah.
And then lastly is narrative. It's not uncommon for there to be short stories or lore or other sorts of things like that, either serialized or just one-off posted or written up in White Dwarf. So I feel like I kind of broke down all my articles into these sort of categories, and it felt pretty right.
That's a really great theme. I wish I'd saw that earlier when I was taking my notes, because I would have done the same thing. So I'll try to phrase mine in those terms as well as we get into mine and Josh's.
If you'd like to, go for it.
No, I think it's really clever.
Cool. You are hearing how the sausage is made, dear listener.
Love it.
All right. So, as I mentioned, this issue has this Dave Gallagher Catachan on the cover, and on the front page, wow, there are credits. There are so many people with first names and last names. It's really, really staggering, that one. There's few things I'm going to get too salty.
Why do you say that's staggering?
Because they don't do that anymore.
Right.
When I checked a new issue, it's like, oh, this is
just hands.
Yeah. They don't do that anymore, fortunately. Their YouTube videos at least show the people. But when I read a White Dwarf later, it's like, yes, the miniatures designer, Jez, has been here for a while. Jez who?
Yeah.
There's a Jess Bickham here too.
Yeah.
So this old White Dwarf does list all the contributors, and it is kind of a like who's who of Games Workshop people at the time. It is not just White Dwarf, it's a lot of studio people as well, which is really cool. And a lot of familiar names who are still writing books, writing codices, and contributing to the worlds of Warhammer as we know them now.
Yeah.
All right. So this also at the time is pretty customary to start with a big dang catalog page. As I said, the job is still to sell you stuff. And the amount of stuff that is coming out just this month is kind of insane. So because this is like the release of Codex Armageddon, you've got the entire Steel Legion range. That's Guardsmen, heavy weapons, characters, the new Commissar Yarick, Armored Sentinels. You've got, going back to what we were talking about earlier, Salamanders. They had Chaplain Xavier, that short-lived special character, and a Salamanders Tactical Squad, which is essentially just some metal bits with the at the time current plastic squad, the Black Templars squad, which wasn't even called Crusaders yet, which was just a tactical squad with 4 metal scouts tossed in there, a whole bunch of orcs like Tank Bustas, the Def Copta, and so on, Dark Reapers and Swooping Hawks for some reason, then big army box sets for everybody, like everyone involved in Armageddon, as well as big Warhammer Fantasy Orc and Empire box sets, because those were in preparation for the upcoming 6th edition of Warhammer Fantasy. You also had War Master Ogres, sure, and an ad for Blood Quest the movie, which you read right. An animated movie based on the saga of Captain Leonidas and the Blood Quest stories from Warhammer Monthly is in the works. Exile Films is working on this made-for-British TV production and are just in the pre-production stages. No plot or release date has been confirmed, along with no date when it will hit our shores, but it's likely more than a year away from the screen.
Spoiler alert, I don't think it ever came out.
It's been 25 years and I'm still holding out hope.
You're still holding your breath. You bring up this is, even just hearing you describe this is such a nostalgia trip for me, because I started 40K in 4th edition
where plastics were starting to become like the dominant. I mean, like new things would always just come out in plastic. Like the concept of metal and plastic together was something of the past that they were moving away from at that point because their technology had gotten better. Oh, those hybrid kits were the worst. The Land Raider Crusader with the metal bolters on the side just kill me. Like it was a nightmare of
just a whole bottle of Zap-A-Gap.
Oh, my hands were glued together trying to put that stupid thing together. And it constantly broke. So, I mean, it's interesting that we think about now, like, well, how come they don't have these shoulder pads for this specific chapter? You're like, you have no idea how you would just be like, yeah, here, we're selling you blood claws. And you're like, these are just like scouts, and you gave me like an arm. It's like things have changed considerably for the better in a number of ways.
Yeah, there is something to be said about the agility of making metal models and all that stuff. Like the lead up time is much shorter.
Oh yeah,
and I feel like some gross corpo just saying agility in a business standpoint, but like you can make
with the synergy involved in that, Campbell.
What's your epic look like?
Look, we're gonna pivot.
Gotta shift some verticals.
We're in a turnaround. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around in a death spiral. But yeah, like you can make metal models very quickly.
Sure.
Like the sculpts that process is pretty quick. Well, with plastic kits, especially back then, it takes a long time.
Yep.
Like there's
and it's expensive.
Like, I was making mock-ups of this model for a year in balsa wood or whatever. Like it was a wildly different time.
I didn't mean to deviate too hard.
Oh no, you're fine.
Keep going. Okay.
All right. So this starts with essentially a recap of how the Armageddon War has been going, because this was like a summer-long campaign where Paul Sawyer basically talks through what's been going on, which is pretty cool. And he does point to a website called Armageddon3.com, which is Third War of Armageddon. And that website doesn't work anymore.
I was just checking.
But you can go to the Wayback Machine and you can still look at it.
Yeah.
And it's got an adorable Flash intro with a bunch of very loud, very low quality bullet sound effects that happen when you go there. It's got some real web design is my passion energy about it. But it was cool because actually I remember it was still up until like 2010 or something like that. So it was kind of cool to have this like living relic for a while, but it showed essentially the color schemes, the heraldry, and like some of the like in somewhat real time lore updates of what was going on. Because basically for this global campaign, which there's an ad for pretty early on, every store you'd play in would be like, okay, this store is Warzone, this, whatever. Imperial Guard won 10 games and Orcs lost 10 games. Okay, well, big Imperial victory in this sector, and they all kind of contributed to this greater ongoing narrative. How much of that was like really affected, I don't know. But the feeling was very much that it was, part of a living world. But this leads to a little, you can cut this out and mail it in battle results form.
Oh, look at that.
With some very cute Wayne England art on there.
Cute.
Where, you just would mail this thing in and, which war zone are you fighting for? Yeah, and all these places. Hive Hell's Reach was the USA. But I'm sorry, France, you're Deathmire.
Those British. It's a British company.
I know.
What can we make France? The Underhive.
They're still mad about the 100
No
Years'
animosity.
War.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They're still pissed about Agincourt. But this leads into a bunch of these, like, this thing really common back in the day. It would be kind of like a page ad for a unit, basically for the box set, with a bunch of like painted photos, a bunch of lore about them, and so on. So just showing that for you guys over here, showing the Steel Legion over here. But
Kintaro, my friend Kintaro was collecting Steel Legion actually as his IG army, so he had tons of that stuff.
I mean, Dan, my Badcast co-host, he's got a big Steel Legion army. He loves those guys. He's still waiting for plastics, and he's probably going to be waiting for plastics a bit longer.
They're slotted right after Blood Quest, the movie comes out.
After Plastic Thunderhawk, after Blood Quest, Steel Legion, they're next.
Plastic Thunderhawk.
Well,
we have a Plastic Thunderhawk.
You do.
That's true. That's true. That is a monkey's paw curling sort of thing. But yes, we do have
totally.
It is. So after a bunch of these, though, it's the formatting of this is all very as just like a graphic designer, chaotic. It's just kind of a shotgun blast of color, imagery, text, and so on. And in these little like ads for models, essentially, is just like a big honkin' fluff piece about High Marshal Helbrecht. And I think it is the earliest written record of him, which is pretty cool. It's just, he's just leading a squad doing a boarding action on Orc Hulk where they blow it up and teleport out at the end. But it was good enough that they reprint it in the Armageddon Codex. And I think they reprinted it in the first Black Templars Codex too.
When you got a good piece of fluff, use it over and over again.
Yeah, they use every part of the animal here.
That's right.
But after this is a short story called Cometh the Hour, which is basically a story about like the opening of the Third War for Armageddon, where Commissar Yark is like inspiring the troops and the orc attack starts, and it's written by Dan Abnett, which I think that guy's going to go places. I think at this point there were only 2 Gaunt's Ghost books. And it was honestly really well written. Who'd have thunk it? Dan Abnett, pretty good at writing. And it's like 5 pages long. Like it's got some heft to it, and it's pretty small point font. But it does a really good job of showing like not just, it doesn't just say he's a genius. It actually has him like kind of go
demonstrating he's a genius.
Yeah, which is much better than just saying he's a smart boy anyway. It was really cool to have this like nice narrative chunk in there by a real freaking author. Got some ad for Armageddon boxed armies after that, which again, just advertising, but we got some more time content in here, which is cool. Even though this is 98% of 40K magazine in this issue, you've got this like wild magic scenario where you roll on a wild magic table every time you cast a spell. So honestly, when you got that more time weekender coming up, if you want to toss this one in there, I'm
going to take a look. I'm going to send that over to Jody.
It says not to transmit any piece of this published material, but I think 25 years is probably long enough for the statute of limitations to be up on that.
Yeah, well,
it's all free now.
Considering I have a bootleg copy of Blood Quest the movie.
Did you film it?
with Legos.
Yeah, there you go.
Honestly, that's probably more real than the movie ever got. But so after that, it's got a cool little article, which is Designs on a Sentinel, which the plastic Sentinel kit was relatively recent. So this is kind of like an ad for cool stuff you can do with it. It's half of it is just Nick Davis talking about here's some tactics to use it, but the other half is Andy Chambers and Tim Adcock. Tim Adcock, I think, was one of the sculptors who sculpted it, kind of going through how they converted their own. It's not like instructional necessarily. It's more on the aspirational side, just being like, here's a cool thing you can do. But it's very just like military modeler. Like they're using plasticard and mesh and lichen and all this other stuff. And the cool thing is Andy Chambers actually is reproducing his old like Rogue Trader 2nd edition egg sentinels in here.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I think it's cool to kind of show that through line of old Warhammer into, at this point,
sure,
Warhammer. I doubt you'd want to do that again now, but if you wanted to, Andy, free suggestion for you.
Have it.
I know you're listening. So yeah, you got a couple ads for, again, more books, which I find really interesting because like the books that are just kind of like tucked away, the books that are like big, you got to buy this now, are Dark Blade, the graphic novel.
Yeah.
And other awesome novels. First and Only, Ghostmaker, Space.
So good.
But yeah,
First and Only, so good.
They're just like tucked away over here.
Yeah.
This thing, it's like you don't know these are going to be as big as they are.
Right.
Yeah, at that point, it's just Dan Abnett's little army man books. Yeah, got an ad for career opportunities in Games Workshop Canada, but you mentioned the Land Raider Crusader, and here is a big honkin' article about the Land Raider Crusader because it was new in Codex Armageddon.
Right.
And it was, at this point, only Black Templars armies could take 3 of them. Everyone else could only take 1. But in here is like rules for it, a little bit of lore around it, and it shows a couple people's different takes on it. So you've got Paul Sawyer's Land Raider Crusader, Matt Hudson's Land Raider Crusader, Jim Butler's Land Raider Crusader. Nowhere does it say that this is an enormous pain in the ass to build, but I guess you'd find that out later.
Hybrid kit.
Again, I know you were kind of like planting and pay off with that one. So
wasn't intentional. I literally did not read your notes. I'm just gonna let them go.
Preserve the surprise.
There you go.
So one thing I find interesting is like the mailbox section, the like letters to the editor. That's always at the start of the magazine, and here it's like a third of the way through. And
that's really interesting. Yeah, it's usually right up at the front. And in fact, I would say I believe it's in actually the issue that you're going to talk about last, which is one of the latest issues. I think they're like, hey, send us letters in the mailbox section. I think it is.
You got to get through the ads first. Once you've gotten through the ads, you're like,
then you can check out the mailbox.
Now you can get.
Okay, but this is halfway through the magazine almost.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And it's interesting just seeing like what they choose to print and what kind of matters to people at the time. So there's like a whole thing here about here's how you can, one person being like, Dear White Dwarf, I found out how to strip models. Just soak them in Wesley's bleach white tire cleaner overnight.
What is their response to that?
There's like, glad to share your wisdom, Michael. But remember,
these were all metal models, so some things you don't have to worry about melting plastic.
Yeah, but there's like, try to be careful. Anything that can strip paint from a model will most likely try to take you with it. I think that's good advice.
That's pretty good advice.
That's sound.
I remember listening to Imperial Voxcast one time, Bill and Tor and it starts with a D. Anyway, and they were talking about how they were like stripping some models and doing some stuff, and they're like, yeah, and then I got really dizzy. I'm like, because you're poisoning yourself, like the chemicals they were talking about mixing. I'm like, you are literally poisoning. Like I'm talking to the podcast at this point, Dawson, and I'm just like, what are you guys doing?
Sometimes you need to yell at your monitor because something makes you so upset, especially when you know the people. And
every day,
just huffing fumes. Yeah,
tell me about it. But one thing here is, again, it's just, speaking of stories as old as time. Someone be like, "Oh, when are you going to put out Plastic Mordians?" And they're like, "We'll let you know."
Well, it's the same response every time. I don't understand why people ask those questions. Even at like they always do it at the reveal at Adepticon or Nova. Oh, when are you going to do this in plastic?
You'll know when we tell you.
I've been to enough corporate meetings too to be like, you ask the CEO something. There's a reason the lawyer's standing up there on the stage like, we can't answer that question for you. You know, it's like either we don't know, or two, even if we do know, we're not going to tell you right now.
Exactly. It's you miss every shot you don't take.
I guess. Fair point.
Slip up. But
fair play.
Still waiting on them Plastic Mordians. So sorry, Joey Marinucci, wherever you are, we're still waiting a quarter century later. Just amazing, man.
Jersey
There's
Shore.
also a picture from I guess someone who is deployed in Afghanistan of a Marine coming out of a Land Raider, and they're like, this month's reader submission comes all the way from Kuwait. Matthew Longmaker is a medic in the U.S. Army who's been stationed there for the past few months. Great place to scope out some good desert camo schemes, which that's a way to focus on the silver lining in it.
That's a super silver. That's a thin silver lining on that. Oh boy.
That is a Citadel fine line.
What year is this? This is
2000.
2000.
So yeah, this is before things got wackadoo again.
Yeah, this is after First Gulf War. Okay.
Yeah.
In betwixt.
Yeah.
And again, it's like a photo with some flash photography. Like it's a really interesting just snapshot.
Yeah. Now if you go to submit photography, they will give you some direction. Hey, put it against a white background, take a photo without flash. They have instructions they give you so that they can then show the model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, You have
plenty of experience with that, I imagine.
Yeah, I haven't had to retake photos for them, but it's because they followed the instructions in the first place.
Right.
So
they make Josh retake photos
every time.
Your photos probably probably better than mine.
No, they just hand me awards.
For those who don't know, he's a professional photographer. So anyway, keep going.
All right, so there's a really cool article here, which is Heroic Actions of the Land Raider, which, again, we're kind of in Land Raider propaganda in the middle of this issue.
Do they tell you why it's called the Land Raider?
No, they actually don't bring up that it's Arkan Land's Raider.
Okay.
So it's not the history of the Land Raider, it's the heroic actions.
I don't believe he'd been written yet.
I think that was written at that point, because that's like... That is such a particular flavor of Games Workshop.
So dorky. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
And this is interesting because this is short stories written by Gav Thorpe, Bill King, Jervis Johnson, and Andy Chambers.
Oh, interesting. It's a plethora of names.
Yeah, that's a wild spread of like household names for GW people. And one of these is the Gav Thorpe's actually is the one that's kind of gone on the most to be like the most famous, which is the story of Rin's Might, which is of the land raider with a machine spirit so mad that it ran off and started fighting the orcs on its own.
Dude, that's when you had power of the machine spirit on your vehicles.
Right.
Yeah, and it wasn't just a stratagem.
Yeah.
And honestly, these are fun. They are extremely fine point and very hard to read, but they're by and large very fun little reads of fluff that I think definitely all got reprinted in various other codices and so on. I think one thing I really noticed going through here was how much of this I'd end up seeing again later in a codex or a campaign book or Index Astartes or what have you. And that's followed with chapter honors showing, you guessed it, more pictures of land raiders, which that came out in the year 2000. So yeah, I think they're really trying to recoup those costs here. So there's a lot of it's one of those things where I was saying earlier, it's like advertising that reads as like aspirational narrative content. So it's not just, hey, buy this cool thing. It's here's how cool this thing is. You want it though, don't you?
Yeah.
Following this is a brief little article on the Tribes of Armageddon by Andy Chambers, which is written in universe by Inquisitor Yuan. It's very much like, if you remember the book Xenology, it's kind of like a precursor to that.
Okay.
That, like in-universe biology guide written by Inquisitor. So it's got some
interesting. Cool.
Yeah, it's got this like kind of going over orc culture with some, again, very nice art in there. And then, man, you've got Rick Priestley waxing lyrical for a very long time on Eldar lore. Like this is basically the exact same aspect warrior, Phoenix Lord, Autarch, Exarch, etc. lore that you've talked about on like the Show of Force for the Eldar, where it's like, how old is this stuff?
Right.
Like this stuff is stuff that sprouted pretty much fully formed in second edition and only has kind of changed a little bit year.
Very much so. When we did the Show of Force on the Eldar, it was so evident to me that it's like
baked in.
It came
for a long time.
Yeah, it came in super hot. Like it is impressive. It's an impressive piece of science fantasy writing, actually.
Yeah. And this is kind of like the short version of it.
Yeah.
And it's good. I mean, again, Rick Priestley, he's pretty good at doing what he does.
Yeah,
and
he is.
It's kind of wild that, again, the guy who wrote Rogue Trader and is still writing games is just writing a lore article in the middle of a monthly magazine.
Yeah.
Again, the talent that just kind of gets smattered in here is wild. This is a fun one. They're all fun ones. This is pictures from a Canadian staff tournament that happened 25 years ago to this day.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is showing a bunch of like, it's
April 21st.
April 21st, 2020, 2025 now. It's mostly some pretty cool photos, some very low resolution photos, some less so. But most importantly, it does have an orc warband based off the movie
Blood Quest.
Based off the movie Slapshot.
Oh, Slapshot.
This is Canada after all.
Yeah, makes sense.
You have a Zamboni.
Oh, I know exactly which picture you're talking about.
Oh, nice.
I've seen this.
Yeah, it's this one right here of the orc Zamboni and the power claw Zamboni. That is a hockey stick.
That's right.
There's blood on the ice.
It's, I don't know, this sort of stuff is probably the most indicative of what gaming was like at the time.
Yeah.
Because you can read what Games Workshop's sort of idea for what 40K should be and see their pictures, but those are always going to be, again, those are always going to be the highlight reels. You're not seeing these kind of scrungly weird conversions people are making. You're not seeing the, I want to say the drip of the people in all the pictures.
Yeah.
Their outfits are not necessarily the most fashionable.
It seems to me it's certainly taken more seriously now, the game. And from the marketing perspective and that kind of thing, like, you know, they're not going to show cross-contamination from, hey, look, I did my Avengers Marines, you know, or anything like this. They're certainly not going to show that in the magazine because IP is so different 25 years on from this magazine as well.
They're not featuring fact or fan fiction.
No.
There is occasionally some fiction that kind of toes the line, I'll be honest. But it's not like they had Ian Watson coming in hot each month. I mean, like, man, what are the odds? What are the Space Marines ramming into this time?
Orifices.
But then the thing is, it's interesting because you've got that full gamut. Because like Rick Priestley's writing is, I don't want to say sterile, but it's very like stately. It's very straightforward, it's very educated, kind of treats it like history. Phil Kelly's writing in the next article about how to play like an Iandan Ghost Warriors army is a bit more informal, but it's still very like it's still written in a more serious manner.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do have these very silly little articles in between. And it's not like there's not jokes in Warhammer now, but I feel like the tone of White Dwarf at this point is very fun. I kind of want to circle back to this, but it feels in a lot of ways like a fan magazine of itself.
Interesting.
In a way that it doesn't anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
That's that certain like X factor that you can't really catch.
Mm-hmm.
And this article on how to create like an Iandan Ghost Warriors army, which is just Wraithguard, Wraith Lords, and Farseers, that's basically the gist of it, is pretty informative. Like it is going unit by unit, how to expand it, how to paint it. Like it's Phil Kelly, like he likes this army a lot. So it's very much coming from a place of passion in his part, not just as a guy who writes books. But it even ends with an army list and a phone number to call to order this army.
I can call Phil Kelly at that number?
Yeah, you can.
It's his personal phone number.
Phil Kelly's personal phone number is
sorry.
1-394.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I wonder what would happen if we called that number today.
Honestly, it's probably just GW's customer service at this point.
Or it's just no longer even in use. It's
like Armageddon3.com.
Yeah.
Then it's, as I mentioned before, Warhammer 6th edition is right on the cusp of coming out. And a little fella named Tuomas Pirinen is here introducing his new edition of the game. 25 years later, he's putting out Trench Crusade.
There you go.
Warhammer is back. Bigger, better, badder. Because bad meant cool in the late 90s.
Yeah.
It still does.
It still does.
That's bad.
He's so bad.
6th edition was bad to the bone.
Honestly,
it's fun edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battles.
I mean, there's a reason that's what the old world is still drawing on rules wise, as Josh and I were talking about during the break. And this is, I don't know, it's kind of like, it's absolutely like there to build hype for the edition that's dropping next month.
Sure.
But it's going over like, oh, here's some of the plastic kits coming out. Here's some of our reasoning behind the things in here. Like, it's not an in-depth sort of breakdown of the edition, but I think it's a cool way to build hype. Yeah, it's a pretty good teaser, and it's, again, written by someone who is very excited about the work he has just put in on this edition.
Sure.
Like, it's very fun. And then kind of as a counterpoint is the Future of War Master following up there, which there wasn't much Future of War Master.
It's a short article.
Yeah, it's a little article about little guys. And it also has some previews of upcoming models, but putting it right after just like the big flagship edition coming out next month, where it's like, we got this big honking box with 100 plastic models. And then it's Rick Priestley being like, oh, we got metal siege towers. Those are neat, huh?
They're going to come out right after Blood Crusade.
Blood Quest. Yeah.
Blood Quest.
Blood Quest. But it's interesting just seeing like all these things being dropped, because there's such like a shotgun approach to games, and what sticks around, what doesn't is kind of, you don't know.
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second too, once you get to the end of this, because I have some kind of thoughts around that.
Yeah. And that all leads into a whole article on welcoming readers to Fanatic, which is Jervis Johnson leading this little imprint about what Fanatic is, which is basically again, it reads like a fan magazine of all the specialist games. And for some reason, instead of putting out just like Fanatic Magazine, the Specialist Games Magazine, there's separate magazines for Epic 40K, Battlefleet Gothic, and War Master, and Warhammer Quest, and Citadel Journal.
By the way, I think it lasted like 12 issues.
Oh yeah, none of those lasted more than a year, I don't think.
No.
And
Mordheim. There's actually a lot of Mordheim in Fanatic.
Yeah, Town Crier. Town Crier was the Mordheim
Town Crier.
Yeah, I know, because there's an ad.
I think there's a Fanatic.
There's an ad for
it. Of all of them put together. Yeah,
there's an ad for it in the Mordheim article earlier. At this point, they're up to issue 8 of Town Crier, which I think is fun, but just feels very like shipping's expensive.
Yeah.
But after this is kind of our first Index of Astartes article, and if you've been able to find these books, they are so freaking cool, because they are like just a big honking lore tome about Space Marines. And this one is kind of just going over the chapters of the Armageddon War. So it's We got Black Dragons, Angels of Redemption, Salamanders, Black Templars, Chapter Unidentified, that's Legion of the Damned, and a bunch of other ones in there. And it's like just got those great color plates. It's got kind of a brief overview of some of them, but it goes really in depth on the Black Templars. And it is all the foundational lore, mostly by Gav Thorpe, that still carries the chapter to this day, which is extremely cool. Just to again see something that you take for granted as more or less fully formed a quarter century ago.
Yeah, there's a few chapters they came out with, and then they like to use the word, they pivoted away from those. And I would say Dark Angels is a perfect example of that. They went from kind of an American Indian flavored, we're gonna go with this theme, to like, you know what, let's make them more like warrior monks and move away from that. Like either somebody said, hey, this
let's go with
might not land so well, or it's not as cool as we think it is,
I think I was listening to some like a Film Dag Miniatures, interview, and I think that was just because Brian Ansell just thought Native American imagery was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And didn't really take the full contextual, like cultural context into account.
Yeah.
I think that might have been it, but
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's definitely something along those lines. But this like article is alongside some pretty sick old artwork that again would be kind of expanded upon when they got their codex in 4th edition. There's the Emperor's Champion, there's their beliefs, there's their whole reasoning why they don't like, or reason why they don't have librarians, which is because they don't trust psychers. And it's really cool to have this in here. And of course, following that is just Matt Hudson's Black Templars Space Marine Army with the Lestrade Crusade, which is like a canon crusade at this point.
Yeah.
And this is just an army showcase of a White Dwarf dude. And I love this because it's aspirational, because it shows you what an army can look like and how people put their own personal touches on here, because it's got all these great conversions. You've got like Chaplain Asmodai is in there as a jump chaplain. You've got, war gear and so on, like kit bash and all these models. You've got these like cool halos put on all the dreadnoughts taken from the Chaos. Spruce. You've got his Battlefleet Gothic fleet that goes with it, and it is just such a cool way to show what someone who has some resources and is a good painter but not an heavy metal painter can do, making an army their own. And I feel like this is the sort of aspirational thing that I feel like White Dwarf is very good at showcasing. It's also interesting because every so often Matt Hudson just kind of does this again. Like I remember I have like 2 more White Dwarfs in my backlog of him doing this in like 4th edition and 9th edition or something like that. The dude likes Black Templars as much as I do.
Right on.
But honestly, some of these pictures are the inspiration for my own Black Templars. So it's very cool to kind of go back and see this, this early stuff. After that is Historical Actions of the Imperial Guard, which is about the regiments in Armageddon, which is all these armies that just kind of get name dropped in the lore here that wouldn't have models or anything of the sort for years. So Savar Chem Dogs and Armageddon Orc Hunters you've heard of but don't really exist in the tabletop, but Death Corps of Krieg and Elysian Drop Troops are expanded upon here too. And all they've got is just some pieces of artwork, and that's kind of it. And they're written up by, again, Andy Chambers, Gav Thorpe, Graham McNeil, like, again,
the names that you still recognize.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's kind of wild just to be like, yeah, here's a bunch of art and backstory for something that we can't sell you and aren't selling you. It's just here because someone thought it was cool. And I feel like when it's just kind of laid out like this, it makes it very clear that it's just historical inspiration and pure creativity. And I like that a lot. It's not just expanding, like reiterating something that already exists. You mentioned earlier that there weren't a lot of plastic kits.
Yeah.
And they kind of all are on one page. This one ad for Warhammer Battle Squads, $22.99 US, which has, again, Tactical Squad, Catachan Jungle Fighters, Dark Eldar Warriors, Orc Boys, Khorne Berserkers, and Eldar Guardians. And that's kind of it. But closing out this issue is one of the main reasons I wanted to come here with this is Warzone Tempestora, which is part 2 of this massive Armageddon battle report. And this is one of those things that White Dwarf can do that we can, just because we've the 3 of us have a lot of stuff between us, but your average
the average 40K player, of which I would argue we are not the average 40K player. We are
not at this point in our lives.
No.
Yeah.
This is this massive 3-pronged battle where you've got 3 battles going on at once that all influence each other.
Yeah.
So you've got this like Black Templars doing a boarding action. You've got orcs trying to disable guard artillery. You've got this big assault on an Imperial tank factory. And then I think there's like a White Scars versus orcs battle in like a plane somewhere. And it's got all these like, it's kind of impossible to follow, I'll be honest, because it's just too much going on. It's kind of like, I don't know, Rashomon plus Pulp Fiction at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got some great photography. It's got this wonderful shot of like 3 dudes holding a tape measure between tables because a basilisk is shelling a different table.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Love it.
Influence each other.
Love it.
Because the range is still 120 inches back then.
240 inches, which it still has now.
I stand corrected.
Which is
it that far?
Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that range isn't a goof at this point, but that's fine. It's fun. You may as well just say
it was meant to be 24. It's a typo.
But again, this has got like Alan Merritt, who was like their head of, like their lore keeper, head of IP. You've got Matt Hudson, Paul Sawyer, like all these people playing in this, and it's so cool. Like it is just so cool to see this sort of thing come together. And this inspired me a lot when I was a kid, because I remember my own group, we had a game day where we tried to do the same thing, and it sort of worked. You know, we had 2 tables going on at once.
Yeah.
Things affected one to the other.
Did you have fun doing it?
Oh yeah.
Mission accomplished. I mean, there's not a right way to do it, right? It's just whatever, as long as you're having fun, that was the right way. Colin and I did this whole thing where we were going into an underground facility in one of our missions. Like you could go to an entrance and then you were in the underground facility. And I mean, was it 100%? Like there was a point where like, okay, wait a minute, this won't work like this. Let's change it up on the fly. You know, we had probably one of the most fun games ever.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like, I don't remember who won, who lost. I just remember that we had a lot of fun.
Doesn't matter.
That's a really great point. I don't remember who won or lost that game with me and Colin either, but I just remember having a blast with it. That's a really interesting point.
That's like, even as you're the resident competitive sicko here, that's the thing that matters more than anything.
In the end, like you don't really. There's a couple games I remember winning because I was like, oh man, I can't believe I pulled that out or whatever. But for the most part, I just remember playing the games. Josh and I played a game, my Tyranids versus his Salamanders. Josh, I don't know who won that game. You may remember. I don't. I remember.
We both won.
Yeah.
Much died. It's the little things that I remember in that game. That once, like my Sternguard squad shot down your flying hive tyrant in one thing. Your Trigon,
the Malak
pops up and
came
just
up from
destroys the Sternguard immediately. I had
take out my Trigon. I eat your Sternguard.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
A Salamander Sergeant that was like in combat with 30 Termagants for I think probably 6 rounds of combat, and he was the only guy left, and he would not die. Like
those are the things I remember. I don't
remember who won that game.
No, do I?
Yeah, those are the things that like your core gaming memories are
for sure. For sure.
And especially when you're a younger player too. And it's kind of like,
and I feel like the magazine captures that spirit at that stage that you're looking at it. The magazine captures that spirit.
As I mentioned before, this reads like a fan magazine of itself.
Yeah.
There is so much enthusiasm bursting from the seams to the point where no one can restrain themselves, and they can't write less than 6,000 words about any given subject, which as someone who struggles with restraint, I get it. Game recognized game.
Yeah.
But this is just bursting with creativity, and it is wild to think of like, magazines are an inherently disposable format. Like they are meant to be kind of one and done. They're not made to last. But this, again, random magazine from most of my life ago has so much like core information that's still important to the ongoing lore of these games now, but more importantly, showcases just how cool and fun and exciting this hobby can be at its best.
So I took down a couple notes while you were talking about this.
Yeah. Apologies if I talked kind of at you guys for too long.
No, this is fine. It's only 45 minutes into the second segment. That was not a dig at you. I actually appreciate the detailed look. A couple things strike me as you were going over this though. One, at the moment, all the people that are writing in that, they're gamers.
Mm-hmm.
They're not business people. They evolve into business people. I think they probably took themselves fairly seriously at this point as well, based on stories I've heard and people I've talked to. Dave Taylor talking about interactions with various, people, whether it's Fat Bloke or whoever, and how Dave ran this thing and then got kind of called on the carpet for it. But I mean, this was around this time.
Yeah, he was editing the US magazine not too long after this.
Yeah. And so I get it. Like, they're all gamers trying to take themselves kind of seriously and produce something fun and share their enthusiasm. And some people say, that got kind of lost with Games Workshop becoming more corporate and a public company. And yep, it did, but there's some benefits to that as well. I think the other thing is, you were talking about the colors and distribution of the pages and layouts and that kind of thing. And as somebody who does layout, you personally, not me so much. I used to do a lot of web design, and my buddy and I had a web design company, and we did corporate web design and that kind of stuff. People have become much more savvy now than they were back then in terms of marketing, layout, and design. And there's tools now that just make it so easy to do a professional look to something, what we consider professional now. Now, I wonder if 25 years from now, people look back at the styles and things that we did now and go, wow, that looks terrible, or look how sterile that looks, or,
I think
things change.
Ever looked at PowerPoint templates?
Yes.
I think sterile is probably the word that's going to get thrown around for a lot of modern design.
I think so too.
In here, there is so much text printed on a pattern that is only a couple shades different from it. Like, there's this big stone texture with black text on top of it, and it is.
And it's not even black; it's like super dark gray.
Yeah, and
no contrast.
I need to make sure I'm under a daylight bulb and squinting. Yeah, it's also 8-point font. It is not designed for accessibility.
Yeah, and the other thing I'd say is it comes across now as a little bit amateurish in some regards, because it was effectively like a well-funded fanzine at the time.
That's kind of what I get to, where it's like a fan magazine of itself, because it doesn't look like Time or even Electronic Gaming Monthly.
It's not even organized well.
No, it's not. It's kind of all over the place.
Right? I mean, you look at I'm going to jump forward 14 years and talk about White Dwarf issue, January 2014 issue, which they had stopped numbering at this point. So I'm not sure what number this is, because there was a period of time where they said, well, we're not going to number them anymore. Why, I don't know. And
then they bring it back.
And then they bring it back. And I'll get to how they calculated that too in a little bit. But they decided to stop numbering them and just say, well, we're going to go with the month and year. Okay, so here we are, January 2014. I didn't bother going back to count to find out what number this was. Jess Bickham is now the editor. Adam Troke is a senior staff writer. These are names we still know. I know Adam. Yep. I've chatted with Adam many times. I chatted with him at Adepticon, where he looked at what we were doing with 40K Flex, and he was like, this is how I play at home. I'm like, yes, I know. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, because that's what I tried to replicate here. Now, here's the thing. The focus of this issue is Tyranids. Tyranids are coming out with a bunch of new models and I think a new codex at this point. So I'll get into the releases in a second. But kind of the underlying theme of the magazine at this point in time, and I think their efforts were pointed towards trying to make the hobby seem more accessible than it had been in the past. You didn't have the endless pictures of heavy metal team paint jobs on models any longer. You had studio paint jobs, meaning the White Dwarf studio and what the paint jobs those guys were doing on their models, or other people in the company, i.e. people in Nottingham, that they could get in for a battle report that had a painted army, and they said, this one looks nice enough, let's do that. But it's not the quality of army you would expect to see from heavy metal paint team.
That's not the box art.
And that's not to say these are bad paint jobs. They are not, but they are more accessible, right? Look how I got to this point.
Yeah, I think I have an issue from around this time where it's like, here's this guy named Duncan Rhodes showing off his Bretonians. Okay, that sort of thing.
Some of the painters are better than others too. Still,
yeah.
But
But so the theme and the feel of the magazine is different 14 years later. You have but there's some very similar things that they carry forward. Going to your point, it is still designed to sell things. And I would argue, first and foremost, especially in this period, that is the objective of the magazine, sell stuff. Because the focus of the issue is Tyranids, and right as you open the issue, the first thing that strikes you is, hey, here's the new releases that are coming out. Like, this is the section. Now, I will say the magazine is organized a lot better than it was back then. But it loses some of its charm by being organized better in a way. Like, I kind of felt like the old magazine, every time you turn the page, you're like, what am I going to get now? Like, every turn of the page was almost like Christmas morning, right? Like,
a lot more personality because it was passion. What's somebody passionate about and wants to put something in there, and it's not these same kind of segments every.
But you could turn the page and be like, oh, it's a sweater from grandma, or you could turn the page and be like, oh, it's the new Atari 2600 I want.
You could swap amateurish for enthusiastic, and
I like that term. That's a better term.
Thing, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. So they go through the new releases, which are the Harpy Hive Crone model, which is now a new flyer for them. They have the Haruspex Exocrine model, new Hive Guard, Tyrant Guard, new Warriors in plastic. I mean, this is actually a great lineup for Tyranids, to be honest with you. Like, you have a lot of things that were in metal suddenly moving to plastic. And boy, I couldn't have been happier because I was a Tyranid player at the time. Tyrant Guard, Hive Guard, Warriors, Tyranid Prime. The Codex comes out, and of course they're doing limited edition codexes at this point, which they're still doing today, which, look, I love Games Workshop. Don't buy a limited edition codex. Like, honestly, you're going to hate yourself a year later for spending the extra money for.
They know they aren't for the average person.
No.
They're for the.
I have a couple of the older Chaos ones, and I regret like going down that route. I mean,
do you want to get all the Chaos Legion ones so you can put together the little Chaos?
I don't. Pizza? I do not. I do not, Campbell. Like, I gave it about a half a second thought, and I was like, nope, don't need that.
It's very cute, and I'm happy it exists.
Cool. You know what I do? I use the app.
Yeah.
I use the app. I never even I buy the codex for the code. I had to buy 2 Chaos codexes because Shell uses Chaos codex too. So anyway, then so literally the first 31 pages of the magazine are dedicated to Tyranid releases and available Tyranid models. And like, here's what I think about the magazine in this stage. And you'll even see as I get to the summary, like, I just feel like there's a lot of filler here and not as much content. The pictures, granted, I appreciate that they're close up large pictures, but like, you're using a lot of print space for something that I'm going to see anyway. And by the way, I'm going to see online. And so
to be fair, in 2014, we weren't sure if this internet fad thing was going to stick around or not.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I think this was I think I was working at Yahoo at this point. I was nearing the end of my career at Yahoo. After
Yahoo's numbers are only going up.
10 years of Yahoo. So, we missed our chance to buy Google. Trust me, we'd have bought Google and screwed up that purchase too. So anyway, but again, 31 pages, your first 31 pages are dedicated to nothing but Tyranid releases and Tyranid models. And by that, I mean, these are not articles. These are a picture with a little blurb about, hey, this is coming. And then a couple other pictures of it. Okay. Then you get 6 more pages devoted to new Lord of the Rings models. So for those in the cheap seats, that's 37 pages so far of the magazine. Then 6 more pages devoted to digital products, meaning like Black Library, Warhammer Quest, the video game expansion, various video games and what other digital products they're releasing at the time. Then Forge World releases, which is 3 pages about the Fire Raptor gunship. By the way, a great model. I'm a huge fan of Forge World. 3 pages. So now we're looking at, let's see, 12, 43, 46 pages, and then 4 pages detailing the prices of all those models. So literally 50 pages in this magazine. This is why people were calling it's just a GW catalog. Yeah. This is exactly why. And this is, by the way, couple of years after Jeff. When did we do the first episode that I said about White Dwarf?
2013.
2013. This is a year afterwards. Like we just got done saying how it's great magazine. Here was our favorite parts of it, and it takes a turn down this path that I really did not care for this era.
The literal catalog section at the end of my issue is 6 pages.
Okay, there you go.
And it's literally catalog.
Out of how many pages? How many pages in that?
I think 112-ish.
Okay. The magazine is a little thicker at this point. I think it rocks in at about 150 pages. But you have the first article. The first article starts on page 50. And it's the Army of the Month. And it's Christian Burns' Angels of Death.
It's not Tyranids?
It's 7 pages of somebody's army that's just commentary and photos of each of the units. Like,
is it cool though?
It's nice looking. It's nice looking. I'm not going to knock it. It's nice looking, but so now we're at page 57. Thank God Jervis Johnson on page 58 writes an actual article, which goes to page 61. So, I mean, Jervis Johnson.
Jervis go deep in the content. Re-listening to episode 72, you constantly criticize Jervis Johnson for just like scraping the surface on any. Like you always wanted him to go deeper in any.
I still feel like he kind of just scrapes the surface here. I love Jervis Johnson, like I absolutely do, but the article is a rumination on the subject of how result tables can enhance your hobby experience. So, it's 2 pages of an article where he's writing about the philosophy of it. And then it's 2 pages of an heirloom table written up for Warhammer Fantasy, which is cool. I mean, I like functional articles like this one. So you were just talking about the Mordheim one in Campbell, and I'm like, yeah, let me take a look at it. Maybe we could talk Jody into using it for this, this thing. I dig functional articles like this. That kind of thing doesn't bother me. But again, this doesn't really apply to me because this is all Warhammer Fantasy, but cool. Cool. On page 62 starts the battle report, which is the last stand for Truin. Here you have Tau versus Tyranids. Tyranids obviously are the release, so they have Tyranids out. I believe these are Jess Bickham's. I think it's just Bickham, his Tyranids, which actually have a very surprisingly similar paint scheme to my Tyranids, though his are done much better, honestly. A lot of striation lines across all this. A for effort on how much work this must have taken. And then the Tau are Jeremy Vetox, I think. And this is an interesting battle report for a couple of reasons. One, it's not Jeremy Vitox. It's somebody named Dan. It's their Tau. The reason this is interesting is because you see 2 armies that are not studio armies, meaning they are not armies painted by the heavy metal team on the table. For a long time, if you went to Forge World and you saw that an army had been pulled out of its case, its display case, meaning here's our Sisters of Battle, and then they would have a little sign on there to say, hey, they're out of the thing for a project currently. A lot of times people would go, oh, they must be getting a new codex because they've taken them out and they're photographing them and doing maybe battle reports and that kind of thing. That was always like kind of a leading indicator that something was going on with that army. These would not have been pulled out of those Warhammer World display cases. So you see again, hey, look, these are achievable results for kind of everybody, right? They're good looking armies, and I'm not. One of them's I would argue both of them are not really in my style, but they show craftsmanship in the paint job. But it's achievable to a lot more people, certainly more achievable than heavy metal. The other issue I have with this battle report is that it goes on for many pages, which is fine. Battle reports tend to take up a lot. This is a 20-page battle report. It's very hard to tell.
Long battle report.
It's very hard to tell what is going on. The photos are all very close. Campbell, is there a battle report in the one you?
Yeah, there was that massive three right.
But report. I will bet you in that one, there are some shots of the whole table that show like arrows pointing to like they went here. Those no longer exist in White Dwarf at this point. And so you have a hard time understanding where units are in relation to each other in a lot of these photos. The pictures are fantastic. They're pictures Josh would take. But we can't really tell for a lot of the battle report what's going on. After they're set up for deployment, then I can't tell what the hell's going on in the battle report.
And it's not good enough captions or descriptions.
Even though I'm reading it, and the descriptions are like, "Oh, well, this unit now fought this unit." You're like, "Okay, cool." Like, and it leaves you kind of at the end of it going, "Okay, it was a battle was fought."
A game
the report.
And to make matters worse, the result is a draw. So
love that.
So you get to the end of this only to get to a draw.
20 pages.
Yeah. They don't have a lot of draws in 40K anymore. We got rid of that mechanic for the most part.
I think one of the things I really do like about them doing studio or like not heavy metal armies as well is that they do at least look more like people's armies, not just paint quality wise, but collection wise. Because I've read so many White Dwarfs, especially like older ones, where it's like, I chose to take a Space Marine Devastator squad with one of each heavy weapon so they can handle any threat, because that's how the heavy metal team painted the box art.
Right.
And
right.
That's bupkis. Like, no one actually builds their armies that way. While this is, I assume, probably a bit more representative of what 40K looked like at the time. And you're showing us some pictures, and yeah, these are gorgeous pictures. I do not have greater context, but these pictures look really neat.
Yeah. So, so that's kind of the rub with that battle report. They have a team of people that can do battle reports there and photo and write them, and it takes them a day or two to put the battle report together in that way. Yeah. They have enough institutional knowledge on how to create those. And I'm sounding super critical, and it's because I am, that they can do better than this. Like, this was a real disappointment.
And they've done better than this.
Yeah. In the fanzine that was a fan of its own fanzine, they were doing better battle reports than this. I would admit the photography is not as good, but a picture doesn't help you if it doesn't tell 1,000 words.
Right.
These pictures tell about 250 words.
It's interesting to having been in just the Warhammer universe for so long. The original old battle reports didn't even have photos. It was all graphic diagrams, especially for the fantasy stuff. Like, it was a graphic illustration with an icon that represented each unit without any photos, and just talking about that and the map update every turn.
Yeah.
So obviously, photography's come a long way with digital and the integration with the magazine.
For sure.
But the story that it's telling is
you have to be able to tell that story. So I think that's missing at this point. Next, they move into on page 82, the Hall of Fame, and you can see that they're trying out different, what's the word? In podcasts, we'd say segments, but in print, you'd say like a different theme. For example, Adeptus, what's the one that you were just talking about, Campbell, and yours? Index Astartes. Index Astartes is like a great theme for an article, and it carried on for years. It's occasionally they still do one, whether it's Index Astartes or Index Xenos or whatever. They will still do, and it's a great idea. I can see that they're trying out different ideas here in the Citadel Hall of Fame, where they're like, we're going to take this miniature that is well known and talk a little bit about it and show pictures of it. So it starts off with a whole page picture of a tech marine, a painted tech marine. It says, hey, the tech marine. and then there's an article that's arguably, it's a page, but it, with the photos and layout, it could be half a page, extolling the tech marine and where it came from and why, who painted it. And okay, I mean, it's actually not a bad idea for an article. I just don't know that the execution is super, like it's no index of Astartes. Then it gets into Blanchitsu, and everybody likes Blanchitsu. I mean, I think if you talk about things they tried, like this is an article that even though this is not even John Blanche in this article, this is somebody who is inspired by John Blanche, and it's showing kind of some of the models that he has done. You could have fooled me. Like I would have thought, oh, this is John Blanche's stuff. So a pretty cool article, but again, it's a lot of photos, kind of pointing out, oh, here's the model and here's what was used to make the model, which I like here's the model, here's how we kit bashed it. I like the telling us, oh, this piece came from this and this piece came from that. That kind of information is incredibly useful.
I mean, I think Blanchitsu is one of the, it's one of the last pieces of White Dwarf at this era, especially, that feels like a fanzine.
Agreed.
Like it's one of the few things that is just like, oh, this is not coming from corporate. This is, hey, we still employ this strange wizard of a man, and he's curating cool stuff he found.
Correct.
Showing it off, interviewing the artist, and it is miniatures as art in a way that is not the same as miniatures as product. 28 mag basically lives off the back of this. Which is still an ongoing thing.
100%. But I would argue they do it a lot better, but they also don't do it monthly.
Right. They do it like quarterly, I think.
I think so.
And
yeah. That's a fantastic mag.
It is. I backed the Kickstarter for that.
28 collected.
I need to back. Oh, I did back that. Okay, good.
Yeah, good. Get in before things get really messed up with printing.
Or shipping.
But no, Blanchitsu, I just remember always like, that would be the pages I'd pore over because just it's so unlike
inspiring.
Anything else. Yeah, it's inspiring. It's generally aspirational, inspirational.
Yeah.
And when it is informative, cool, but also sometimes it's kind of fun to be like an Easter egg hunt, like, ooh, where'd that bit come from?
For sure. So then, speaking of aspirational, this is the second part of, I didn't see part one because I didn't look at the December 2013 issue, whatever number that one was, because they didn't do numbers, was Armies on Parade USA Part 2. So now we have photos from Armies on Parade. Now listen, Dave Taylor's Adeptus Mechanicus is the first one that they show. So, okay, I might have a little bit of bias here. Dave being Dave being friend of ours. And, yes, it's great. It looks cool. Do I need effectively 18 pages of Armies on Parade photos of the art? Now, they are impressive. Some of them are very impressive. I think people have done some very cool Armies on Parade stuff. Each Army on Parade gets pretty much 2 pages to a full page to itself. It's arguably inspiring content.
Yeah.
It's cheap to produce and easy to do.
Warhammer community doesn't exist at this point, so the question is, where else does this live?
That is a very good point, Josh.
Like pictures.
That is a very good point.
Pictures from readers is something that continues to this day. Spoiler alert. But they don't usually take up 18 pages. It's usually just like, here's a few cool things.
Yeah.
And then, but now, if they want to on Instagram or whatever, they can just be like, oh, here's a cool thing.
That's true. And that's a very good point. And maybe some of this led to Warhammer community.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because some of the ideas here translate great to a website.
Well, good news. In 2010, a little thing called Instagram was founded.
This is 2014. Campbell.
Yeah, a few years behind the curve. I know.
Oh, so the internet fad did stick.
Cool. Yeah, it did stick around.
I mean, there's some great Armies on Parade pictures. It's very cool. It's both, Age of Sigmar and
Warhammer Fantasy. AOS wasn't around yet. Or was it?
Ooh,
It was.
no, wait. This is Fantasy.
Wait,
Yeah, 2014.
2015?
AOS.
This is Fantasy. This is Fantasy because there's a square basis, and then I'm just so used to Age of Sigmar now, and then a bunch of 40K stuff, including some cool Space Wolves, and Then there's an article, and this is the kind of article I like to see. There's an article called Kit Bash. And the article, and I don't know that it carried on like each month. Like I would argue this is the kind of article I want to see in print. This is the Ogre Mournfang Cavalry, and they show in tradition, the tradition of DIY stuff, they show here's the final product, and then they go through and break down here's how we built each of these guys in the unit and where we took the pieces from to build them and how we gave them like a little backstory and how the Kit Bash was meant to give more character to the various models. This is the kind of thing I think I like to see. And I've said this, I think I even said this in the article or the episode with Jeff, is GW's putting out like tons of terrain kits and stuff, or they were at the time. They still do it every now and then. I would love to see, how do I expand those terrain kits using DIY stuff? How do I integrate them into foam core blocks and use them to make my stuff look better, or even, stretch those kits a little bit? Would be a really, really great series of articles. I would subscribe for that article every month, Yeah. But this is a cool article. It goes on for about 10 pages. 8 to 10 pages, and then you get into paint splatter, which is here's how we painted the Tyranids that you saw in the first 36 pages of the magazine, and here's how you can paint them and what colors you use that are all GW colors. Still, it's cool. This kind of thing actually I think is very, very useful, especially for people who are new to painting. This is how I learned how to paint my Death Guard when I started doing Death Guard back in 5th edition. I found an article that was like, this is how I painted these up, and I underlayered these reds, and then I did this green, and I was like, oh, I never thought about that. And my results were fantastic based on that
award-winning even.
Award-winning, I would argue. Best painted at DundraCon 2000, whatever. But I think this is a very useful article. It's not really targeted at me at this point, but there's also some information on batch painting and how to do all over washes. There's an article by Jeremy Vetok about how people get into the hobby, into the Games Workshop hobby. And he's I read the article and I found it not to be like completely eye-opening or anything along those lines. And it was also, how do you not overload people that ask you questions about the hobby, that kind of thing.
I feel like Jervis Johnson's Standard Bearer was kind of like the place for the weird Warhammer thought piece, and anyone else trying to do the same thing is kind of got a lot to compete with there. Nothing against Jeremy Vitok or anything of the sort, just like we already got one of those.
Yeah, we've gone down that path. So then what happens is he finishes that article. We go into here's an ad for our hobby centers, the Games Workshop stores, full page ad about that and what they provide for you, where you can go buy GW stuff. And this is a list of every shop they have currently available. Yep. This goes from page 121 to 125. So 4 pages of that. Then discussion about Games Workshop for beginners, how to get into it. Like, this is the stuff that you see on the website now. A little highlight on the Amsterdam South store, a school league, and how you can get involved in school leagues. It's all advertisements for all their products. Visit Warhammer World. Here's a picture of some of the terrain at Warhammer World, and here's Bugman's Bar. More Games Workshop listings of stores. These are all independent stockists at this point. That goes on for about 6 pages. to finally end on an article on this month in the White Dwarf
bunker
staff and what they're working on, which I'm fine with that. I actually find that part of the magazine to honestly be one of the more interesting parts of the magazine. And it's tucked in at the very end of the magazine, just showing what each of the studios or the White Dwarf studios kind of working on. And then a little bit more about Tyranids and how they've kind of developed over the years.
It's a weird thing to put at the back of the issue when the focus is nominally Tyranids.
Oh, and then an ad for a couple of things in Forge World that were coming out at that time.
It's selling Tyranids first and then explaining them a little bit if you're still reading.
And then selling you again. And then a parting shot, which is just like a picture of some demons. And So, I mean, all in all, like this is the period where I was the least interested in White Dwarf for the reasons I've listed. Like it's tough. You're on the cusp of, as you guys said, Warhammer community. So I get that. But it feels uninspired. It feels like they're grasping for ideas that will resonate. So I give them some points for like trying ideas to see if they resonate. I don't know how quickly they dropped some of these ideas to say, hey, this isn't working, but that'll lead to my next issue, which this will be a quick one. And then we'll do one more and then we'll take a break. At a certain point, Warhammer Games Workshop decides, hey, White Dwarf subscriptions maybe are going down or purchases are going down. We need to shake things up a bit. We're going to turn White Dwarf
the market.
Yeah, we're going to be a disruptor. We're going to pivot.
Our own market.
We're going to pivot, Campbell. We're going to build on the synergy of the sales.
Pivot into that turnaround.
And we're going to release White Dwarf weekly. Not only are we going to release White Dwarf weekly, we're going to pair it with a monthly magazine called Warhammer Visions. Okay. If I found
keep your eyes shut for these visions.
If I found White Dwarf uninspired prior to this was a terrible decision. I'm not going to pull any punches. Like this was a terrible decision. We're going to release White Dwarf weekly. White Dwarf weekly was it was no longer I'm trying to think of the name of the kind of binding that White Dwarf has like now with the square back binding.
Mm-hmm.
It was perfect bound. It was now just folded and stapled. It was, I want to say 36 pages. I might be being generous. I think it's about 36 pages.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty much just like this
advertisement. This
is what's coming out. Yeah. It was, there was not a lot of effort into writing articles anymore. It was exactly what we had decried could not be, which was a catalog. It was a weekly catalog with pretty pictures, maybe an article. It was really uninspired. It was horrible. But the inspiration was going to come from Warhammer Visions. Warhammer Visions was a magazine that was perfect bound. It was a different size format. It wasn't
a smaller form factor.
It was a smaller form factor, full of pictures of models with small blurbs next to each picture.
Well produced, but
well produced.
The mark on content.
Yeah, what are the visions, Oracle of Delphi?
Josh, if you were looking for a job as a photographer, they were probably.
As a professional photographer, I appreciated the photography and effort that they put into that, but the content didn't bite. It had no legs to it other than this is pretty. There's no context to it. There's no story. There
was a theme for each issue, kind of like.
But it doesn't engage you in the hobby in any way other than showcasing some pretty models.
I said Warhammer Visions number 14, March of 2015. Here are my notes. Okay, this is a real downside for White Dwarf. White Dwarf's now weekly and becomes nothing more than announcements of releases and with not a whole lot of value there. Additionally, Visions is a half-hearted effort at best, with photos of models and small text boxes of lore or model information. I bought one of these and never bought another one. I didn't subscribe to White Dwarf. I didn't ever pick it up in the store. I would literally go up, flip through it, and put it back on the shelf and be like, done.
Give it the library treatment.
Yeah.
At this point, I was friends with my local game store owner, Mike at the Complete Strategist, rest in peace, to both of those. And I would get White Dwarf for free when I went in. I stopped taking free White Dwarfs at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's nothing to it.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thanks, though.
I'm good.
Mike. I grabbed one weekly issue because it had an Ultramarines paint scheme, like
cool.
a how to paint Ultramarines paint scheme, which I actually did use. That is the scheme I still use from Ultramarines. So I got that, but I mostly bought it because I had an Ultramarines pin that is still in one of my bags somewhere. But that's the only weekly one I bought. Because after that,
well, I can understand why he gave it to you free too, because I would go to Game Castle and they'd have a shelf full of them back issues because nobody was buying it. Like this was, man, I got to tell you, I thought White Dwarf's about to be canceled, like, which would bum me out because like White Dwarf has had some great eras. This was not. This was the low point of the magazine, and if you were involved in listening and you were involved in producing the magazine at this point, like I'm not. Look, corporate makes decisions and those decisions get based on what sales figures look like and yada, yada. But this was I don't know who made that decision, but you were wrong. And you know how I know you were wrong? Because you switched it back. You switched it back. Thank God. And so let's go to Josh 4 years later. No, 3 years after this, it's switched back. Josh, take it away, and then we'll take a break after your issue here.
Bigger, better, badder.
Oh, I see why you picked this issue.
Yeah. So
by the way, I gotta tell you. Okay, I'm kind of name dropping here, but like it was not intentional to name drop. Aaron Dimsky Bowden sent me some pictures, Josh, of Easter, and he painted an egg in Legio Mortis. It's black and red, and he put decals from the Forge World decals on the egg. And he sent me pictures. Oh, look, Legio Mortis. And then like next thing he shows, it's like a bunch of the eggshells missing. He's like, the void shields are down. And then the next picture was the egg splatted on the ground, and he's all engine kill.
Engine kill.
I was like, that's pretty awesome. Funny here.
That rules.
That's awesome.
All right. So why did you pick this issue, Josh?
So White Dwarf August 2018. No numbers. We're not back into numbers yet. You might be surprised to learn that the focus of this issue is Adeptus Titanicus. And
what?
That may or may not have led to my reasoning for picking it.
It's an awesome cover, by the way.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Some really cool art on that one. It's this is White Dwarf, closer to the White Dwarf that we have known and loved over the ages. This is an interesting issue in that it's really a smorgasbord of content in there for various game systems, and it actually calls out Matt Keefe is the editor of this one here. It's actually called out. It's called Skirmishes and Titanic Clashes, and it's a specific call out for this might be the most diverse issue they have ever produced.
Interesting.
Because of the range of content they are going to cover. So the first thing we do is we kick into. One thing I will say is this was interesting in that there was a full breakdown on the entire White Dwarf team in this. So
okay.
Like the staff photographer, the staff writer, the editor, the photographers, like everybody gets a little profile. So it's very much back to that, like personal. Here's your White Dwarf team. It's very like core.
I like that they're owning it,
who's involved.
Right?
Yeah,
like,
right. So
put really, your name really on the
circle.
Yeah, I remember they had like little
for now, and then they'll go full circle again later. But yeah. Okay, so Planet Warhammer is the latest news. This is 28 pages up front, and this is introducing Kill Team. It's the 2018 version of Kill Team. So I guess a couple additions to where we are now in 2018, because I think 2 editions have come out since then.
Yeah.
Adeptus Titanicus this is released, so this is going over the Grandmaster edition, like the box set, the release of that, how to play.
What a great set that
this
was.
This is mostly just like pictures of models and things like that up front, but all contextualized. So they're all on Battlefield. It's not just product photography. It's pretty models with a little bit of context and some neat blurbs to this.
Actually, I would argue the pictures, especially the Planet Warhammer, that's the piece you're talking about. The photography here is phenomenal, by the way.
It is, yeah. It's great photography.
Well beyond what I just described in that battle report and stuff. Like, this is
dynamic, it's cinematic, and it has good context. Kind of all in one, which is really that kind of trifecta you're looking for in cinematic photography for models, I would say. So we have some new AOS models in there. There is terrain in there, including the Sector Imperialis stuff, and then the Cawdor gang for Necromunda. So this is actually the Cawdor gang had not yet been released for Necromunda.
Nice.
So this is the new plastic for that. And then at the very end of that, we have tucked in a couple of the Blood Bowl star players coming out from Forge World in there.
Okay.
Then there's a little blurb in there, which will continue with some of the licensed games. So we have Vermintide 2 coming out. That's a video game. And then Black Library novels. There's just kind of a little blurb about that. Then there's kind of after that, which is that like it's kind of ads and kind of cool context at the same time. So I think they found a better balance. It's not just a catalog. Here's an informational way of showcasing,
and that's the interesting point. Like, if you show me a model and you're like, or a series of models, or hey, here's this set, I'm fine with you going, look, here's this set, here's how it looks cool, here's how you buy it. Okay, moving on to the next thing, right? At its core, it's there to sell you. I mean, I get that. To Campbell's point.
I think this is doing a better job of inspiring you to like be interested and not just here, we're going to ram this down your throat. Here's a product photo. You're going to buy it.
This thing, do you want subliminal advertising, liminal advertising, or superliminal advertising?
Yeah.
One thing I really liked that you scrolled by there was there were in the Adeptus Titanicus boxes. It was showing like, here's a Titan, here's its guns, here's what they do. And honestly, especially for just identification, that's really handy. Like, you're showing them right now. And it's like, it's kind of got a cool in-universe graphic design thing. Like, this isn't just, here's a picture of a knight. Here's like some lore. Here's some descriptions of what it does. Here's some other color plates. Like, there is content to this ad for a new toy.
Agreed.
We'll get color plates later, and we'll get full context of rules later. But so they spread out Titanicus in probably 3 places throughout this, and I think a smart way. Like, here's an intro to the game. Here's how the game's played. Here's the like color plates and lore.
The organization of it though is like it flows. Like it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it keeps you that in the zone.
The Planet Warhammer all flows, and then there's a couple of spots in there that I feel are a little thrown in, kind of like half-page things. There is the Warhammer Live on Twitch, which was a new thing they were doing. I don't remember where that started exactly, but that's when they were doing like live.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're advertising that they are streaming on Twitch. On Twitch. Yeah. In a print magazine, right?
Yeah, that's very archaic. Weirdly charming.
But also letting you know if you didn't know, and I mean, I don't think I'd make it a regular thing, but it is interesting.
It's like finding a pop-up ad in a Gutenberg Bible.
It's a pop-out ad.
Yeah,
but they don't stream for 15 hours.
And by the way, Vermintide 2 was awesome.
if you want more time inspiration, play the Vermintide games. Also, they're just good games.
Oh, they're so good.
I played the first one. I did not play the second.
Oh, it's good too.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's more of the same.
Yeah,
but that's not a bad thing.
If you ever want to play Campbell, you let me know.
Will do.
Yeah. There's a couple spots in there that are interesting, kind of like little half page like segment breaks. One of them is a little it's an heavy metal like basing, like how to do an heavy metal style basing.
Okay.
And it's just kind of like thrown in there at the end of that Planet Warhammer news, which is like, okay, that's like a fun little segment base, but it's like a how-to step-by-step of like some texturings, paints they use, not necessarily a step-by-step of how they painted it, but here's the colors that were used and some textures and some techniques and just a little half-page segment break. Like, cool, okay. It's at least useful content, even if it feels a little randomly thrown in there. There is an Ask the Editor section in there, and this one of the specific calls I'll make is that they have featured a couple people that write in to ask questions or like give feedback to White Dwarf, Games Workshop, etc. And one thing that they feature in here is a specific call out to somebody enjoying the new format of White Dwarf after having ditched it after it went weekly. So they, in their own magazine, are acknowledging that they are back. It is better. And they've specifically chosen to highlight this one, saying that White Dwarf is better than when it was leaky.
Oh yeah, here's their response. Let me just read. Thanks for giving us another chance, Paul. We're glad the mag is set up to your expectations. With regard to the smaller print, have you tried our digital edition of the magazine? And that's a very interesting point because they used to release this. You could buy it in digital format, and I was doing that and reading it on my iPad, and I liked it, and then they stopped doing it.
which was pretty handy when they were doing more rules updates and things like that.
Yes,
like the digital editions right there. But
I forgot about that.
And it was through Apple, if I'm remembering. At least I was getting it through Apple.
Yeah, same.
It had its own layer of complexity for how you could access it and look at it. And so moving on from there, we then have a temporal distort, which is a specific call out to Epic Titan Legions and White Dwarf 179, which I thought was really interesting because Carl in episode 72, one of the White Dwarfs that you reviewed was White Dwarf issue 179.
Oh, was it?
When Titan Legions dropped. So this was like the original release.
That's funny, but it's actually appropriate that they have it in this issue, right?
It is.
It makes a ton of sense
because Titanicus, Titan Legions. Same difference. So just the new evolution of. Yeah, go ahead.
Temporal distort was always interesting to me because it is just like here's a 2-page spread about an old issue.
Yeah,
but it's kind of like, how do you toe the line between like enthusiasm, like we talked about before, where it is like, here's your segment on being a fanzine about yourself versus just patting yourself on the back.
Yeah.
Like, I will say, because it is a completely different team, like I don't think anyone involved in that magazine is involved in this one. Except
that is a good point.
Maybe Jervis has a standard bearing or something like that. But by and large, like 95% of the people are not the same. Like it kind of is like, I feel like that can very much come as a fan, from like a fanboy sort of aspect. I think that can be very cool.
My first thought when I saw it was, here, look back here where we were cooler. But
the Titanicus call, the tie-in there is I think relevant because
that makes it relevant.
It's showing the evolution of the models, the paint schemes, the game itself, and like obviously the skill too. Because to
your point, Campbell, like it's a whole different crew of people. Like you're right. It's not like they're like, hey, look how we did this. It's like, no, look at what time was like back then to where we are now. Yeah. I think it's pretty actually cool. In this particular case, it's really well done.
I think
this one's playing homage to the game as well as the magazine. So it's kind of doing both in one look there. Yeah. Which obviously very, very different crews for game designers and the White Dwarf staff. So yeah, I thought that was neat. And the fact that, Carl, you called that out in episode 72 for the issue that they feature in there. It's like, I thought that was fun and relevant there. And then we get into a handful of pages of just advertisements. We have a new Shadespire box that's coming out, a couple pages just showcasing that. And that's really nothing that interesting, really just here's the game, here's some models that are in it. As soon as that wraps up, we jump into another advertisement, which is a Kill Team advertisement. Which is the new version of Kill Team. This doesn't have a lot of information in it, though. It's just really like, here's some previews of the release that's coming for Kill Team. And then there is the AOS Champions CCG.
That was a card game
advertisement, which is a card game.
It died.
And it does
lonely death.
It has the physical version in there, the digital version in there, and then there was like a full 3D game, like rendered version. Apparently,
is this
that
game still even digitally available? No.
It seems like it was dead as of June 2001 or 2021.
Yeah,
so it's been dead for a hot minute. Shadespire did get a PC game that's pretty okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Age of Sigmar Champions is on Steam. Sorry, this game may not be appropriate for all ages. Notice it is no longer available in the Steam store. So,
interesting.
Yeah, it is dead and buried. It is
dead and
vaporware.
Gone. Yep.
Oh, by the way, while you were doing that, Campbell, what was the movie that was coming out that I kept making jokes?
Blood Quest.
Blood Quest. I looked up Blood Quest, and apparently that company that was doing it, Epics or whatever they were,
Exile Films,
went belly up like right after they were looking for $25 million to produce that movie, and nobody would pony up $25 million for it. Animation is incredibly expensive to do, actually. So
it's very laborious, especially back in 2000.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I made a video back in the day when I was doing my Cam Hammer channel. The last one I made was Where Are the Warhammer Movies, and I looked into like that one and why Ultramarines didn't lead to a sequel. There's a lot of reasons why it didn't get a sequel.
I wanted to like it so bad. I tried to champion, but it's hard.
Saley,
it's the best 45 minutes of walking around one can watch.
No, Lord of the Rings.
Way better.
That's not fair point.
That's point, Campbell.
Fair point.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
If you want to spend a better 45 minutes watching Ultramarines walk, just play Space Marine 2 in multiplayer with no other players walking around empty maps.
That's right.
Anyway,
all right, it is better.
Josh, please continue.
The animation's way better too. Oh, okay. Now we get into the meat and potatoes of the issue here. I'd say one of the first part of that, and this is War on the Epic Scale. So this is really the cover feature. This is introing the concepts of Adeptus Titanicus. This like shows a terminal. It explains how terminals work, and then James Hewitt, who's game designer of Adeptus Titanicus, actually walks through a full game with Dan, who's one of the staff writers for White Dwarf, and we know this because he is featured in the beginning of the magazine, so we know who Dan is. And this really goes through every point of like they actually play a full game. It's not a battle report per se, but they walk through an entire game of Dan asking questions, James explaining it as if he were running a demo game. And this is a really intuitive breakdown of how the game works and the questions that one would ask that's new to this game. And this is, I think, a fantastic way to showcase a new rule set.
Yeah, it's showing everything from the control terminals to how they work to it's actually a very clever way to walk somebody through the rules, because like
explaining how void shields drops and now you can do damage, and like it's really, really well done as an intro to a game, not only for teaching somebody how to play a game, but also introducing somebody who would potentially be interested in purchasing said game. This is the kind of advertisement that you don't feel like you're being advertised to, and it's integrated and intuitive in such a way that like if you're inclined, you're like that really just spoke to me. Like I want to know more about this game. I want to get in on it.
And by the way, these are Heavy Metal team paint jobs on these models.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
they've moved away from. I understand what they were trying to do by making things more accessible, but I think it didn't showcase also everything in the best light it could possibly be showcased in.
Yeah, I think, and there's room, and I think they find a balance with bringing like well painted, community submitted paint jobs and things like that in, which we get to.
Campbell, what were you going to say?
I was going to say this sort of article. I haven't read this issue, or if I have, it has been purged from my memory at this point. It showcases the kind of access that Games Workshop has that you don't. I don't.
That's a great point.
Doesn't. At this point, I can ask James Hewitt, hey, what was your reasoning behind this thing? And he can give me an answer because he doesn't work for GW.
He's also not working for GW anymore.
Right. He's working on Fallout Factions, among other games. But at this point in time, no one else can be like, hey, James, why did you do this? How do you do this? What's your reasoning behind this? And I don't remember if this is the article where he talks over like how it's kind of inspired by like battleship combat or whatever. But having that sort of access where you can be taught the game by the guy who wrote it, extremely cool. That is what I think one of the things White Dwarf and Warhammer Community and so on can do that nobody else can, and the more of that they do, the better.
Absolutely.
That's actually a really good point.
Having played a demo game of Fallout that was run by James Hewitt at Adepticon 2 years ago, I was like, he's actually really good at demoing games that he has designed.
Amazing. He's a very nice. He's also just a nice,
super nice guy. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So after that, which that's kind of like a really nice introduction to, we had the initial like breakdown of here's Titans, here's what they do. And now we actually have, here's how the game plays, which is a pretty nice thing. Then we get a little designer note thing thrown in here. And this is a quick side step. And this is the new forging of the Age of Sigmar Stormcast Sacrosanct Chamber. So these are mostly showcasing new models, the lore, shows off some details, lots of photography in there, mostly just showcasing models in there.
Can I say though, the title of this section is also speaks right to what Campbell was just talking about, designer's notes.
Yes.
Here is what we were thinking as we designed this. Here is, and that can give you such insight into, even when it comes down to potentially some rules disagreement, you can be like, but we understand what the spirit of the thing was. I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but like it can give you some context to where you're a little more understanding of like, oh, okay. Or just some interesting insight. Like when, what are the ocean folks in Age of Sigmar?
Ideneth Deepkin.
When the Deepkin came out, I asked the team, instead of going, well, when are we going to get plastic scissors about? I asked the team, how does this army play that's different than other armies? And they were like, oh, we're so glad you asked that. And then they were like, oh, it's going to be like the tide, how the tide comes in and goes out. And they were like explaining, I'm like, oh, well, that's very fascinating, right? Like that's the kind of input we can get.
That's a cool take.
Yeah.
That's a lot more interesting.
Oh, totally.
They're cool. No, tell me why they're cool.
Tell me why they're cool.
Yeah.
And I think too, sometimes it helps to have somebody who is not in there asking those questions. To bring it back to myself again, I'm sorry if that sounds terrible, but when I went out there, when I went out there for the fire, the Paradise fire that burned down Paradise, California, and they had me come to the studio, and they were all painting models, HQ model for all the people who lost an army. And they're like, don't you want to paint one? I'm like, nobody wants the one I'm going to paint. They'd prefer the one you studio guys painted. But what I did provide value there was because initially I was like on camera on their Twitch stream that we just saw advertised, talking to Peachy and those guys. And then we kind of turned it from them asking me questions about this to me asking them questions about, well, how does this happen? Who decides what something gets painted so that it goes on the box art? And, and all those questions that people have, that because you're so close to the forest, you see the trees, like, but I want to understand who makes these decisions, or how is this decision arrived at? And then who does this, and it was so interesting. I felt like as I left the studio, because I had to leave before they were done, but as I left, I was like, oh, I actually provided some value because I was asking for everybody else who doesn't have that access. So I think they need somebody who can at least either be our eyes and ears. The narrative is told through that person, to ask the questions that we need, that we'd like the answers to. So
John Everyman. Yeah, exactly. They know how the sausage is getting made, but that stuff is very interesting. Yeah, exactly. To the rest of us.
All right, I'll shut up now. Keep going.
Okay. Next up, we have the August Black Library releases. There are a bunch of things on like the main feature, but notably in like the also including is Garo and Titanicus by Dan Abnett, which are pretty excellent books. But it's just interesting again that those are the less than featured to the main titles in there.
I think Titanicus is an older book they re-released.
It is.
Yes.
But why not? I mean, you should tie it in. Yeah,
you should. Yeah.
Also, a full page
then we
ad
have
for Lords of Silence. Like Chris Wright, great book.
Yeah. Yes. Hall of Fame we go to next. And this is a reoccurring segment that White Dwarf has had throughout the years. This one is a dedicated call out to Mortarion, specifically the Mortarion Demon Primarch model. But also there's some Death Guard, alternate paint schemes on Death Guard, things like that. This is after the new plastic kit has come out. The new Death Guard models. Then it has a list of all. They ask themselves a question of like, how many Hall of Fames have we done in the past? And there is a sidebar list of all 63 models that have ever been featured.
Oh, that's cool.
In White Dwarf.
That's useful.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, okay, it's interesting. There's your, which is basically now like what the Warhammer community does for, Hall of Fame. What was the model of the year? And this is like White Dwarf had a tradition of doing this in the past.
Well, that's like Carl. You had an article on the Tech Marine.
Yeah, I'm just going down the list looking for the Tech Marine.
Difference is, so like I read a Hall of Fame way back when with. It was interesting because one of the miniatures designers basically being like, here's why the Cadian Colonel model is so cool and so good and so characterful. And then it had an interview with Brian Nelson, who sculpted it, being like, yeah, it's based on, I think, my uncle or something like that.
Oh, that's really interesting.
It was really cool. It was interesting. It gave some insight into it. But when it's like Hall of Fame, a model that came out a month ago, I'm like, all right, man. All right. You don't need to stuff the ballot box like that. Anyway. Sorry, that's my own model. That's my own new soapbox, to be honest. Not that the Mortarion's a bad model; it's a great model, but
yeah. Okay, then we jump into the battle report, and this is Age of Sigmar's Return to the Soul Siphon, and this is Idonith Deepkin versus Nighthaunt, and this is a 3,000 point Age of Sigmar game. This does showcase full army rosters with points included, full photos of each army, and this has. They're using the Places of Arcane Power mission from the General's Handbook 2018, but as White Dwarf often does, they don't just run a stock mission of it. So they have a fairly narrative terrain-themed board that they're playing on. It's a gorgeous board. Yeah. So there's like this green kind of swirling vortex slime river, this giant kind of sarcophagus. Yeah, however you want to call it. A nice little stone bridge, a little like mausoleum area kind of in the middle of the board. Really, really cool themed, gorgeous board. So they have modified the stock mission out of General's Handbook to better fit the terrain that they have. So it's custom board. So they're just modifying it a little bit to fit the terrain, but then they've also added an additional, it's called Sleight of Power optional, which is also out of the General's Handbook, just to make the thing that this mission is themed to do a little bit more. So it is cool to see them in the White Dwarf Battle Report making the game their own by tweaking a few things just to better fit the theme of the board and the theme of the mission that they're fighting over. We go back to some good wide shots of the board itself, including all arrows showing.
Oh my God, it's so much better. I was waiting for you to get to this. It is so much better. Like you can tell what is going on in the greater battle, and then you have close-up photos saying, but those close-up photos are smaller, which is great. That's fine. But the big page photos are, here's where the armies are moving units, and it's so good. Full turn of movement for both sides of the battle. I don't even care about Age of Sigmar at this point, and this is an entertaining battle report.
Is someone like, whether you're playing Age of Sigmar or not, seeing this like evocative table with beautiful armies where it's got little call outs where you can tell what's happening?
Yep.
And what looks like
sidebars.
to me here looks like the center objective building explodes halfway through.
It's so good.
How can you look at this and not be like, Warhammer's the coolest thing that's ever been?
For sure.
This rules.
Yeah.
I appreciated a good battle report.
There's some big quote callouts too, which just really captures like the banter of people having fun.
Yeah.
Including one of them. It's the Nighthaunt guy saying, "Oh, what's the Ren characteristic of those weapons?" Knowing full well that Nighthaunt ignore Ren, like he doesn't care. And it's just like those fun moments you have, like, "Oh, what's the AP on that? Doesn't matter. I've got involved.
Negative 1,000.
Doesn't matter what the AP is, right?" But it just like captures kind of the spirit of fun of a game and two people having fun, enjoying that, and the banter between them. Great photography. We've got some nice close-ups just showing kind of the cinematic moments that are happening in there. Interestingly, the battle report is not Titanicus because we did have that really nice like walkthrough with James. So it's Age of Sigmar, which is kind of random because it's not the new sacrosanct stuff that they brought out for Stormcast either. So this is just like a fun battle report that they're not trying to sell anything, that they are advertising in this issue of White Dwarf, which they are doing a lot again with Kill Team releasing, Titanicus releasing, new Sacrosanct Stormcast. And none of that's in the battle report. This is just a fun thing they wanted to do and like made it their own. So that was cool to see too. It's just people having fun with it. Then we have a pretty involved painting masterclass section of the board, and this is many pages. I didn't actually write down how many it was, but this is specific to markings and insignia. So this is going over freehand, it's going over decals, it's going stuff that's not essential and it can just be flourishes, it's going over organic markings, areas of colors, straight lines, asymmetric shapes, complex shapes, heraldry, insignia, tattoos, war paint. And then not only does it have like practical tips about how to add decals, how to mask straight lines, how like tattoos are subdermal, so they should have a nice smooth finish compared to war paint, which might have some weathering on it as it's been smeared through battle. Like it goes into really nice detail on the difference of these and has good examples, and then like actual like practical tips of how one might go about this. This was a very cool painting masterclass to see, as far as just like the practical applications of all these various different things. And this was across tanks, across skin, across banners, like you name it, they have it in there. It's a
this is actually really
that's
good
article.
Yeah.
Something anybody can use. It's not just how to paint pyramids. No, it's here's how to do this thing across every army, every game system.
Not just awesome. Heraldry fanboys like Campbell. It's there's something for everybody here. Absolutely. Yeah. Then we go into Necromunda House Cawdor, and this is just a quick little 2-page advertisement of books and boxes of the Cawdor release, which is interesting that this is how they're like announcing Cawdor release with this is, I think, Gangs of the Underhive book 4. We're not even to the compilation book of Gangs of the Underhive yet. But it's really just a picture of the box and the book, and then everything else that's available for Necromunda at this point, which is only a year after Necromunda has come out, to be fair. So there's not a lot, but there are four Gang Horror books already. Then interestingly, we do a little pivot and sidestep to Golden Demon. This is showcasing the 2017 Golden Demons and Slayer Sword finalists, which obviously are some fantastic models. But we are in August of 2018, and we are showcasing the 2017 Golden Demon entries in White Dwarf here, which is an interesting choice, but still some nice models to see. It's a fairly small section. It's like 4 pages, something like that. A gold, a silver, the Slayer Sword, and then a couple honorable mentions.
But you've probably already seen these at this point if you follow Golden Demon in any capacity.
Yep.
Yes. And internet again has stuck around by 2018. It's got legs, turns out.
Yeah, Warcom was around at this point too, so they were able to be pretty timely with us if they wanted to.
Then after this, we go into modeling and painting, and this is Fantastical Vistas. This is all about dioramas.
Dude,
and
this is a fantastic article.
Yeah, this is a great article. This is exactly what you were asking for, Carl, in that it shows how you take kits, how you kit bash them, how you extend them, how you take plastic kits, foam molding,
terrain kits specifically,
plaster cast, but it's the whole variety. Like
it is.
There's plaster, there's putty, there's rocks, there's bits, there's plastic kits, and it's how you add all these things together. And not only does it have a step-by-step of how they assembled this diorama, it then has a step-by-step of how they painted the diorama. And this is it's an actually interesting choice of a diorama because it's a snowy like graveyard scene of ghouls versus some lizardmen. We're using the new like Carnosaur. which I was like, okay, interesting. I didn't expect like the outcome of that, but just the detail of how they broke it down and how they showcase how they made it's fantastic. And then there's just a couple like notable kind of dioramas they show after that. One was a cool, the Caradon Overlords piece. It's like, it's a little hallway, and they actually show the art that this diorama was inspired by. And it's pretty 1-to-1. Like, they did a really good job of bringing the art to life in the diorama. And then there's the Zinch Gateway, which is a bunch of demons coming out of one of the Sigmar gates.
This is the coolest. The gateway to the Crystal Labyrinth it's a Lord of Change that's, been like sliced down. So it's like just exiting the gate, a bunch of demons coming out there. Really nice little like diorama piece. That's cool.
Then we have a quick little Sigmar versus Khorne. It's kind of like a lava little skirmish scene in there, and these ones don't go into the full detail of like how it was built or painted or anything like that, but they're just cool little showcases of that. And then afterwards we go to the parade ground. So this is the God Machine's March, and this is like color plates, decals, close up, using all those insignia and heraldry things that we've learned in the painting masterclass, going through Titans and Knights for Adeptus Titanicus. This is all the new releases stuff. So it's showing Legio colors, showing decals, showing freehand work, showing heraldry, which, to not Jeff's favorite thing with all the color palette, the color plates, but showing some of those decals is cool. And again, tying that into that like insignia and heraldry masterclass that they've shown is pretty sweet.
For a guy as into historicals as he is, he should really learn to like color plates more. That's most of what Osprey.
That's what he hated about Imperial Armor books.
Yeah,
I know.
Right.
Yeah. The diorama talk got me to crack open Warhammer Vault for the first time in a while and look at these articles because this is pretty.
What do you think of that gate to the Crystal Labyrinth?
That's pretty buck wild.
That is sick.
That rules. That's cool.
Genius.
It's cool.
Negative space.
It's cool. Yes.
All right, so color plates.
Then after the color plates, we have a little Titanicus advert, and this is just like this is the box set. So here's the Grandmaster box set. Here's the rule book. Here's what you get in it. And it's just a little place ad. More heavy-handed advertisement.
But these color plates, there are color plates, and then there's photos, and the photos are brilliantly shot. Color schemes are fantastic. They're studio painted. They look amazing.
Really well painted. Yeah. And the little inserts that show off those heraldry and decals and detail insets is like, it's really nicely done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then just a note on Titanicus, like, man, I'm telling you, like, Josh, I applaud how many Titans you've built because Austin Lynn too, like that guy's built so many. I mean, like you build these larger Titans, the Reavers, the Warlords. I mean, these are big projects. Like it's a small like thing you're building, but like it is a project to build one of those things. It's not just throwing together Space Marines.
Yeah, I think it's actually I'm just checking it right now. It's very cool because it's like, here's this Titan Carcius by Anuj Malhotra. I probably butchered that name, but I'm pretty sure he's the guy who like wrote the most recent edition of 30K.
Oh, jeez.
And it's like, cool. Here's House Mordred by Damn Dedinger. Like, it's so cool.
Good. They're so good. And the photos are representative. Like, it's what you need to see.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's showcasing the diversity of the range and how many cool ways you can paint them without just being endless parades of studio photos. Yeah.
All right. Moving on.
And at this point, Titanicus is the Grandmaster set, which is it's Warlords and Knights, and that's all that there is, which is interesting.
Sold out
because
at $300 and something for the set.
Also interesting in that the walkthrough with James Hewitt, I should have mentioned this. One of them was a Warlord and Knights, and James was running the Warlord and a Reaver, which was a preview of the Reaver to come.
Yeah.
So not only did you like get the intro of the rules, but it's also like, here's a little sneak peek of a model that hasn't been released yet. Okay. So after our little Titanicus advert of here's what's in the box. We've got Blanjitsu. It stuck around also. Surprise, surprise. Most people's favorite segments of this. This is not done by John, but it's very much in the style of Blanjitsu. We have 2 warbands that are featured. And the first one is it's called the Sideshow Extravaganza Troupe. And this is by
so good.
Tommy Coven Christensen. This is Mutant Outcast, and his inspiration was a freak show poster that he had seen. I see it. And then it's that like that poster meets Necromunda and Inquisitor. And you can absolutely like see this brought to life. These models are incredible. The conversions, the bits, the just dynamic
the
sculpting.
Weirdness
It's
incredible pack of freaks.
It's so weird. It's so freaky. It's so Blanjitsu. Like it's kind of peak grimdark.
5-page Blanjitsu article too. I mean, that's
there's a couple pages of this warband, and then we get to the next one, which is Draugr's Barbarians, and this is a tech barbarian warband, and this like continues the theme of some really cool stuff. There's a guy with a megaphone for a face. There's tentacle weirdos. It's again peak grimdark, peak Blanjitsu, and just like perfect in that style, and really cool showcasing of them talking about the inspiration, the bits they use, like the barbarians. It's interesting. Like he started with what he wanted the bases to look like, and then like worked his way up to what the warband was going to look like. And the bases are very vibrant when the warband is pretty like muted. Then interesting, we have a find your local store page in there, which again, 2018, like that's an interesting thing to include in here. And I believe I don't have it in front of me right now, but I believe it's like pointing to the website of like, oh, go find your local store on the internet. Mm-hmm. But we're going to tell you to do that in a print magazine.
You did just kind of gloss over the fact that there is just a whole snail just in that Blanjitsu article. There's a stilt snail.
Oh yeah.
There's a stilt snail. There's some freaky baby heads, and
it is so snail. Weird. It's so cool.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just hung up on that because that rules.
Yes. Sorry. It's incredible. Yeah. We then have it's a new rule segment, and this is Middle Earth strategy battle game. This is Rangers and Spiders. It's a narrative scenario showcasing it's set warbands. So if you have these models, here's a scenario to play out. That's cool if you're into it. Then there's a paint splatter of the Kautor Ganger. This is just a single ganger broken down start to finish, how to paint it up. Not heavy metal style, but studio paint job style, base, layer, highlight, shade, etc. A nice little breakdown of a Kautor Ganger, which is probably the most in-depth we actually get of looking at the Kautor box set, which is interesting that it was in just a single model of the paint splatter. So there wasn't a huge focus on that as part of the release, but then we do have a whole segment on modeling and painting, and this is Realms of Battle, and this is very specifically the Sector Imperialis buildings, how to build them, how to paint them, alternate paint styles for bringing them to life. There's some really nice kind of like classic grungy city, and then some really bright colors and alternate paint schemes.
Actually, really like those. I really like this, and in fact, looking at I have some of these still to assemble. And and I have some of the old kind of like Cities of Death stuff to assemble, and I am really liking some of the color schemes they've chosen here.
There's some neat color schemes. I like that bright kind of like the bright tan.
Yeah. I like how they combine some of the different kits from the Sector Mechanicus and Sector Imperialis sets to make that little like 4-way piece at the end.
Great looking piece.
And you can't buy any of this.
And there's little showcasing on how like the pipes fit into the vents that are on there, and just all the integration of what these kits have in the box. They've been really smart of the kits that they have designed, of everything like hits at the same height. So you can kit bash these to no end, and everything matches up height wise and segment wise. And they've been very, very smart about how they've designed their turning kits. So that's mostly about how to build stuff, how to do some alternate paint schemes. Then we have a little advert on Warhammer World events, again, very specific to the geographic location if you're going to go to Warhammer World. And then there's a whole section on exclusive merchandise that you can get at Warhammer World, which is even more exclusive and specific, which is, again, an interesting choice to kill a couple pages in here. Then we do have a readers model showcase, this is all submitted art, submitted pictures of armies. These are all very well painted, user submitted models. They look good. It's about 16-ish or so models over a couple pages, some larger, some smaller, a little blurb here, and just some nice photography showcasing White Dwarf, which is cool. Dave Gormley has said he's submitted, I think he's bought a White Dwarf every month since it's ever come out, hoping to see one of his models finally features in there because he submitted a ton of art. So that immediately reminded me of him just mentioning that, of like, okay, like it would be cool to see, right? Yeah.
A great hobbyist.
See your stuff submitted in the magazine, and like, and a little showcase for that towards the end of the magazine feels like a really nice spot to feature that. Okay, then there's an interesting, it's called the White Dwarf Guide, and this is a breakdown of all like the different games and branches of Games Workshop that Games Workshop has. So it's like Forge World, Black Library, 40K, Fantasy Age of Sigmar, like all the things, and it's just a little like blurb as almost a glossary.
Yeah. Don't forget we have
how
this.
Yeah. But the design of this is to, if somebody is picking up this magazine and doesn't know anything about any of the product, like this page is your elevator pitch of what these things are. And
on a page 139.
Right. Yeah. It's buried in there. I'm sure it's called out in the table of contents. I didn't note that, but
yeah.
But it, like, if you need a key for what any of this is, here you go, which is an interesting thing to include. And then similar to what you had, Carl, we have In the Bunker. And this is a look at what the White Dwarf team is up to. And this is a couple pages. It does include a Kill Team battle report, which again, this being the issue introducing Kill Team.
Yeah.
The
sense.
battle report for Kill Team is kind of buried at the end here with the White Dwarf team, like wanted to do this thing. And it wasn't really an official feature. Because again, the battle report of the Night Haunt and Idenit Deepkin wasn't really relevant to any of the models being released, which is interesting. But,
it's funny on page 143, you see Simon trying to get True Line of Sight there on his opponent, and I'm like, I'm looking at him leaning over one of the buildings, and I'm like, those don't have the spikes on them, dude. Like, watch out for your eyes, buddy.
His corneas are
modeled without.
Yeah.
I kind of like how informal the photography here is. Like,
I do too.
Good photography still, but it's like,
yes,
this is what your game's looking.
Here's more accessible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
It's more accessible.
You can see their IKEA
and ends
shelves in the back.
Ends with the White Dwarf handshake. Yeah, this is very much like two guys having fun and like let's throw together a battle report, even if it's not the formal battle report.
And I'm okay with that. Like, this is a great place for
absolutely.
it. Yeah. All right. So Josh, what's your overarching kind of thoughts on this issue?
It's a pretty solid issue of White Dwarf here.
Yeah.
The insignia stuff, the hand painted insignia, the Blanchitsu, the Titanicus walkthrough with James Hewitt, like all super useful content, especially not the parade ground. Sorry, what's it called? The modeling and painting, the dioramas, like inspiring, the painting master class with markings and insignia, useful for everybody, no matter what level you're painting at. It is useful to some degree, or will be, as you evolve your painting, even if it's just like, here's how you get really straight masking tape lines. Like there's tips in there for you. I think this is a great issue of White Dwarf. There is some stuff where it's, just like filler pages and some advertisements, but compared to the catalog that you were describing in your last couple issues there, this does not feel heavy-handed in its advertising. There's
feels
a couple
like
spots where it pops up.
Yeah, but it feels like well balanced, and it feels like, to me,
absolutely.
Like, of course there's ads in the magazine. I mean, I've never read a magazine without ads, and they don't feel like jarring or like this whole thing is an advertisement.
And
I would say on the scale of ads to useful content, this heavily is weighted in the favor of useful content.
Yeah, and even the ads feel like they give you some insight into what they're selling, as opposed to just, here's a cool thing. No,
100%.
Right.
Here's the reason behind
100%. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Well, listen, let's look, we've got more to cover, and this episode's going to run very long. Right. What I think we ought to do is maybe get a little more summary for our for our follow-up issues, like I'll summarize mine a little more concisely, because I do want to talk about each of them, but I'll point out the things that I think are different or outstanding from those issues. I think I have one remaining issue after we get back from the break, and then each of you do the same, and then we'll get to kind of our final thoughts here. So we'll be right back. All right, and we're back, and we're going to try to get a little tighter on our summary here because we're already clocking in at over 2.5 hours, and I think I want to keep this segment to 45 minutes or so. So, okay, next up, issue 476, which is White Dwarf number 476. I just said May of 2022. So we're moving closer to our current timeline here. Yeah, so the interesting thing right off the bat is the way they're doing the covers at this point. I actually really like. Along the left side of the issue, they show you kind of first off, they show you the issue number, and then below that, there's on the left-hand side of the spine here.
Notably, numbers are back here.
Yeah, numbers are back. Good call out. At some point, and they even mentioned this in an article in One, when they went back to numbers, they were like, okay, so we went and calculated this, and this is where we're setting the number at. But they tell you what's in this issue, like right down. So right off the bat, it's like Crusade rules for Falling to Chaos, rules updates for Hedonites of Slanesh, new rules for Sentries and Kill Team, Galactic Warhosts Zealots, 4 new fighters for Warcry, and then they say much, much more for Warhammer Age of Sigmar and Warhammer 40K. Okay, cool. And then in the bottom right corner, it tells you, hey, there's a Flashpoint Nockmund thing, and I'll talk about that. First few pages are interesting. It's readers showing their models. So they've moved that from the back to the front, which is, I think, where it stays now, personally.
That's where it belongs, honestly.
I do too. Like, it's exciting. I'm glad they showcase people's things. Page 10 has Phil Kelly's Worlds of Warhammer, which is an article series that they no longer do, or maybe do occasionally now. But I really like this article. In this one, it was a great series. This one in particular was about iconography and kind of the visuals of like Warhammer 40K, Age of Sigmar, all those things. And it kind of reminded me, like Jody has said a number of times, like if you look at the silhouette of a Space Marine, it's iconic, right? And so this whole article is about like not just iconography, but also the visuals that you look at and you go, that's Warhammer 40,000 or that's Warhammer Fantasy, like, and how those things stand out. And I just thought it was a pretty interesting, breakdown of those kinds of things.
That's one of the things when you see a third party or whatever, not legally distinct Space Marine model, that's a 3D print or whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't look right.
Right.
And there's a certain like je ne sais quoi about it that they've got, GW's got, they know, but maybe this random sculptor doesn't.
Right.
They're a good sculptor.
So the next big article in here that I want to talk about is Flashpoint Nockmund. Flashpoint was kind of like their series where they would say, like, here's like where the battle's taking place, and we're going to give you some interesting ideas for this battle. And in this case, this was an article where the White Dwarf team kind of expanded on their narrative game they were playing around Crusade at the time. And so the article starts off with a story which kind of sets the tone of the narrative game that they're playing. And then there's additional rules that kind of spice things up a little bit. And this is in particular around additional ways they could spend requisition points. If you're familiar with Crusade, you understand what that means. They tell you right at the get-go, the entire theme of this is about faith or fanaticism, and like which one, do you kind of fall into. And so in the rules, they introduce this flow chart where you have where you kind of document, if you've taken these actions in previous games you've played, it can then limit or expand the choices of units that you're allowed to take in the next rounds. It's a really brilliant, it's a really brilliant idea. And as we've been putting together this like campaign guide, Josh, I thought, I need to include some thoughts around this too, because this is a really, really great idea. Then follows several pages, which are examples of the forces that the White Dwarf team has painted, and they've been playing in their crusade event. All in all, like a solid article. And certainly if you're a narrative player, like this speaks right to the core of giving you ideas, if not lifting wholesale what they have created here. There's a kill team story about Catachan and orcs. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of fiction stories in White Dwarf magazine, Campbell, which is why I laughed when you're all, this one's written by Dan Abnett. Okay, that one I'll read. You know,
that's the thing. When it's written by Dan Abnett, okay, you listen. When it's written by
Aaron Dembski Bowden, all this, there's a few. There's names I won't mention that I wouldn't read.
Yeah, when it's written by a contractor.
When it's written by Carl Tuttle, you're not going to read.
Yeah.
Cool. The story about Catachan and orcs, but that also feeds into kind of rules that they introduced for kill team games where you can have sentries, and they give you like 6 missions. And they had this originally that I saw in the back of the 4th edition book where you had like sentries that would follow a pattern, and you had, they could see when they got engaged or when they noticed you and set off an alarm and that kind of thing. And so they've introduced this in kill team, which is kind of interesting. And then they also do like an entire article on rules explanations on true line of sight involving cover, obscurement, concealment, all this. And honestly, if you got to write an article about it, I think the rule maybe needs some looking at and revising.
It was true line of sight and cover.
Yep.
Or the lack thereof is one of the reasons I just don't really care for Kill Team and its more modern incarnation.
Age of Sigmar, then it moves into Age of Sigmar. It focuses on Night Haunts, and the Night Haunts allegiance abilities are gone into in depth in like a 4-page article where they kind of tell you, here's the way you could use them. If you're playing Night Haunts and if you're playing Age of Sigmar, this is a great article, to be perfectly honest. Like it's in 40K parlance, it would be, hey, here's your strategic what am I trying to say, Campbell? You're the pro.
Here's your detachment.
No, detachments, but you get the extra
enhancements.
Whatever. I'm losing it.
It's run you through how
your stratagems. Here's the stratagems you would want to use with this army in particular, this formation, and why. Right? That's cool. It's actually a really great article. Then there's a battle report where it deals with the Dread Host Undead versus Cities of Sigmar. It's actually a really interesting battle report. It's written really well. Again, it has great photography in it. It has you can see where everything is. You can understand what's going on. The Age of Sigmar table looks cool. I generally find Age of Sigmar tables to be a little light, but this one looks amazing. And I love their objectives. I have a little picture here in our notes of their objectives. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like this, 40 millimeter objective, but then base, but then you have like a floating magical pyramid that's held down by chains to the base, which are truly holding it up actually. But
it's got Nagash's cursed D4.
Super cool looking. Yeah. Yeah. It does look like a D4. That's a good call.
It's a little pyramid.
Yeah. And there's like this deep dive into the realm of beasts and beastmen, which I think are now gone in Age of Sigmar. They are. But it was really cool lore to read into, and I really liked they were doing a lot of these articles because for me, getting the concepts of Age of Sigmar and how the worlds work was very confusing initially. Jason Mullins used to call it the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe 40K.
For sure. There was a lot of work to make that setting feel concrete and feel real.
Yeah.
And I do think a lot of the work to make it feel as developed as it does now was happening in the pages of White Dwarf.
I think so too. Then there's rules around the Hedonites of Slaanesh, which is a great article and kind of timely for what's going on in 40K today. Mm-hmm. And then they create this short campaign for 2 players between 2 armies, which is just great content. Like you can literally lift this and play it. It's pretty interesting how it works. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've definitely done like a tree campaign based on an old, like, it was like a Rin's World article.
Oh, yeah,
From Battle for Black Reach. It was like, here's 3 scenarios.
I used to say,
if you win, you get this, that, the other thing.
They used to do these Space Marine battle books. Black Library would release them. Yeah. Like Rin's World was one.
Hell's Reach is another.
And I had wrote them and I said, why do you guys not dedicate like 2 or 3 pages at the back of each of these books with a 40K mission? Like that would be amazing. You're just like, oh, here's a book. Oh, you want to play it? Here's the missions. They don't even have to be balanced. You just write some.
I just think of the last page of every Black Library book. That's like the battle's more exciting in miniature.
Yeah. So here's the mission that you can play it. So here's the other thing that they're doing now in this White Dwarf in this issue is everything is organized much cleaner. Like it's all segmented. So we've now gone through 40K. We've gone through Kill Team. We've gone through Age of Sigmar. Okay, now we're going to go through Warcry. We're going to go through Necromunda, Middle Earth. Then we'll go to Black Library, and then we'll tell you what the White Dwarf staff has been up to. And so, and everything is organized like very cleanly. The pages have like different colors at the top. So, I'm in this section. I think that is long overdue and actually very, very helpful. It also lets you know when you go into the store and you see White Dwarf on the shelf, do I want to buy this issue? Is it relevant to me? Oh, look, the 40K section's really light and it's really heavy in Age of Sigmar. I have maybe less interest in that. I'm going to pass on this issue. You can make that choice. At least that's what I've done. So, Necromunda, they introduced 3 new missions and rules and they kind of talk about gangs that are underdog gangs that may not be as powerful as others that you can kind of put together. Warcry has new rules for Night Haunt and Daughters of Cain, and then there's a series of games that you can play between those two. And Middle Earth has a long article about the One Ring and why it is so important to the lore of Lord of the Rings.
I feel like there's a couple of movies about how important that One Ring is. Honestly, I've heard there's even some books too.
There's a card that sold for a whole lot to Post Malone. Black Library section. Another short story. This is like the 3rd short story in this White Dwarf. And this one's by Callum Davis, and it's about the Tome Keepers, which is cool.
They are the White Dwarf chapter. Yeah.
But I think like maybe one story in a White Dwarf is my limit. It's, I've, when I was a much younger individual, my grandfather was big time into like science fiction and fantasy or primarily science fiction. But he would watch a lot or read a lot of like Analog and like trying to remember the other, and I would always read those for the stories. But like when I'd go to Dragon Magazine, I didn't want to read a story. I wanted to play or see rules and that kind of thing. So
I think the other thing is in a fiction magazine, like I think Inferno is like the Citadel like fiction magazine. That's one thing. You're actually going to likely get the page count to tell a story.
Yeah.
But in the case of White Dwarf, especially when I get to my issue, I'll talk about this too. You've got 2 pages to tell a story.
Yeah.
How good a story can you tell in 2 pages? You can tell big guy with gun met other big guy with gun and one shot the other one gooder than the other one. You're not really going to be able to have much characterization. Like
listen,
that one.
I've heard you read a lot of Factor's fan fiction and I know you can fit a whole lot in a short.
you can fit a whole lot in a whole lot of places in some of the fan fiction I've read. Which is precisely where that fan fiction comes from.
That's right.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I just watched, let's deviate just for a second. I just watched Wicked City. Have you seen Wicked City?
I haven't. I thought you were about to say I just watched Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, I watched Wicked City, which is an old anime, and it's a movie.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I had read an article, and this guy was saying how this was just like it was a really great story. It's typical like, in Tokyo, and you have like demons from another dimension and blah, blah, and there's this group of people that fight them. And yeah, I didn't realize I was getting like that much hentai.
Fair. So I saw the sequel, which is the much better title, Demon City Shinjuku.
Yes.
So because I was like looking at the shots of Wicked City, I'm like, this looks really familiar.
And I heard that one's worse than Wicked City. Well, that's what this guy said.
It's less hentai EE. This is an explicit tag for a reason. Sorry, kiddos listening. Don't ask your parents that word.
Don't look it up.
But yeah, Demon City Shinjuku doesn't go as far in that direction. It's definitely great vibes. Like it looks cool, it sounds cool, and a lot of nothing happens.
Yeah, we'll talk offline about this. Okay.
Yeah,
Josh,
bonus episode.
We are at issue 477, which was June of 2022. That's all you.
So this is the next episode. Surprise, surprise. Not a whole lot has changed in the format of the magazine from
what I just described.
May to June. Yeah. This is Focus on World Eaters. I'm going to go over this one pretty quickly just to keep it high notes here.
Yeah.
the highlights of community featured are still early on there. There is an interesting article about somebody writing in about how Warhammer has been good for their mental health, which has been very relevant.
I love those articles, actually.
The psychology article that we had on collecting 40K.
Yeah.
There's an article about getting started written by 7-year-old Vicky, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
A fun variety of call outs from the community was neat in there. There is a fairly in-depth call out on campaigns and just narrative play in this, which I made a bunch of notes for. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it at least like takes an attempt at defining it. So I'll just read through these pretty quickly. I don't think it's going to be anything overly informative, but maybe it will be. So
it's going to change Campbell's mind on narrative campaigns.
Yeah, I'm going to go back.
Absolutely.
I'm canceling my ticket to the Nova GT, getting into the narrative. Listen, everyone needs a 101 course in White Dwarf.
Narrative 101.
I'm not even
477 narrative 101. So it breaks down campaigns, it breaks down the narrative, and it's like campaigns at the very base is each game is a chapter in a greater narrative being told by an entire game group. It's a good excuse to revisit or start a new army. Narrative campaigns introduce an aspect of before and after the game. So there's this kind of what connects these games. It's not just the win-loss, it's why are we here? What are we doing? What's the aftermath? What happens because of this? They're fun and immersive. It could be as simple as heroes earning their names. It could be veteran unlocks. This is like talking about kind of a progressive campaign system. It could be how the outcome of one game contributes to a story. And then this is what is narrative. And at its most basic, it is the process of contextualizing the playing piece you game with, and this is deciding what they represent and why they are fighting. So you can look at there. It calls out like there's extensive lore and background in codexes, army books, etc., and you can use that at its very base to form kind of a jumping off point. Anybody who's picking up a codex for the first point can read a couple of the like timeline entries that they have in codexes for each faction and be like, oh, cool. Here's an example of a fight that happened. Like, let's like recreate this or play our own or use that as an inspiration for. And then there's a couple things that you're likely to see in any given kind of narrative or campaign system. And this is an overarching reason of why all the players' armies have gathered in a particular area to do battle, a specific in-world location where all of the campaign takes place, i.e. it's a city, it's a space station, it's a more general, a more specific location versus just this is our general segmentum or something. Each game has an impact upon the ongoing story. So, you can, and there's a variety of ways which you can do that. It can be like just whoever scores the most campaign points first. That's the end of a win. That's simple. It's not overly narrative, but it is contributing to the story. We achieved the objective. We win. It could be a map campaign where you're fighting over territories, or it can be battles that are impacting the overall story. So there's actually like a narrative story arc that is progressing. Most people will devise names for their armies, their heroes, etc. And as campaigns unlock or happen, like somebody's kind of earning those names. Like this sergeant did something cool. That sergeant we talked about earlier of my salamander army who fought off 30 termagants for 6 rounds. Like he deserves a name. I don't remember what it is now because I sold that army years ago, but he had a name. Some narrative campaigns will have an endpoint and others become open-ended and just become the setting that your group plays in now. So ideally, like if you're playing a campaign, you probably want to have a start and finish of it if you're using a specific campaign system. But if you're just kind of like creating your own primer for this is just the segmentum, this is the planet that our group fights over now, like it's fine to keep it open-ended and you can just continue to tell that story if you're not going for like campaign points or something like that. It can be narrative, fought using match play missions. So it doesn't have to be a completely bespoke mission written for engagement. Like you can absolutely play a campaign or linked narrative games using match play missions out of the book. But obviously I think it's a lot more fun if you come up with your own reasons for why this is happening. Let's tie this mission into this terrain, into why these two armies are here together. It does call out Crusade and Path to Glory for the progressive systems. Victories on maps can add bonuses. You can add to the greater story arc. Branching narrative. So there's
nothing particularly
tree campaigns and things
revolutionary.
Like that. Nothing unique, but it
yeah.
at least attempts to define what that is and give some examples for players who maybe have only ever been introduced to match play of like, hey, here's a next step that you can do. I mean, so I thought it was at least worth calling out. But
when we talk about like White Dwarf is kind of how we're always, I say we, but I mean me. When we talk about how White Dwarf is Games Workshop's way of showing you, hey, this is what we intend Warhammer to be. I feel like this is a very good way of being like, here is what we intend when we say narrative play. Because I think
that's a good point.
Post the match play, open play, narrative play, like triple thing. That was kind of like a 2017 innovation, but this feels like that. This feels like if you walk into a GW store, they just hand you a pamphlet that says, so you've decided to become a narrative gamer.
Yeah.
You know, curious about narrative gaming? Here's a place to start.
Yeah, at the back has a link to a support group.
That's right.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Then
for just $1 a day, Campbell, less than a cup of coffee, you can support a narrative gamer
for $11 an issue.
For $11 an issue, these grots can have names too.
That's right.
Someone needs to remember their battle scars.
Then we do a quick deep dive, which is a lore deep dive into the Realm of Fire from Age of Sigmar. After going over what narrative campaigns.
Again, speaking to my previous thing, this is kind of how I think where they're fleshing out the Age of Sigmar realms, and yeah, it's a good call, Campbell.
There's some updates to actual war scrolls for Battletome Flesh Eater Courts. So there's some updates. This does actually have a cool thing in there that ties back into the whole narrative thing, is that there's actually a little mini campaign system built in to this article of White Dwarf. And this is for Age of Sigmar. They specifically, it's called Perils of the Ragged King. And this is Flesh Eater Courts versus Cities of Sigmar. But it also gives examples of how you could pivot this to, say, it's vampire counts against something else, and how you can take this kind of narrative framework, but then adjust it to the armies that you have available.
Yeah.
So there's suggestions for changing factions. It's a nice little campaign arc package, and it is very much a campaign arc where it's a little tree campaign where whoever wins this game goes to this game, and then it ends in a finale. It's a very short little campaign arc, which the finale is there's kind of one mission that they actually provide the mission in the article for you, and it's like whoever wins this mission wins the little campaign arc there. So it's a nice little succinct mini campaign, which again ties into that what is campaign and narrative gaming. So that's cool. Some Warcry. It's basically updating all the Underworld's Harrowdeep stuff into Warcry, so you can bring those models from the other game system of Underworlds into Harrowdeep. There is a Tale of Four Warlords in here, which is a huge battle. It's a 4-player battle, 4,000 points per side, so it's 2,000 points per player, which is really interesting in that each player, it's order versus chaos, essentially, are the two factions, but each player is scoring individually. So while it's a team game, each player is also kind of out for their own glory, if you will. And this is their kind of finale culminating battle for Tale of Four Warlords, which is an interesting way to do it in the every player for themselves, but also collaborative team.
Because this is a 2022 issue, but I think they did the Tale of Four Warlords in 2021. And now they're like saying, "Oh, here's everything we painted. We're now playing with it." Okay.
This was interesting, having not watched like the progressive painting and things that they're adding to it in previous issues, and this wasn't in the prior month's issue at all. So
got it.
So it had happened in issues past, which I hadn't seen, so I didn't have the context for that, other than being very familiar with what Tale of Four Warlords.
What were you saying, Campbell?
I was just going to say Tale of Four Warlords is kind of it's kind of like a secret cornerstone of White Dwarf. It's where a bunch of the staff members of White Dwarf, which for sometimes studio people, sometimes they're just White Dwarf people, build an army month over month, and you get to see those armies grow and fight each other. Yeah. And I feel like it's one of those ways to just show how armies progress, which is really cool, because month one, it'll be someone being like, "Oh, I only had time to paint this much, and all these guys got painted up," and it kind of shows you some of the realities going into this whole
which is process. One of the interesting things about this. By the way, I was just looking at it, Josh, and one of the people in the Tale of Four Warlords is Rich Packer, And Rich Packer has been with Games Workshop a long time. He's actually the husband of a friend of mine, Eve Packer, who I met when I went out to Warhammer World and Salute for the first time, and then met Ed and John French for the first time. And Eve Packer's the one that gave me the jazz hands thing that I kept doing, like, oh, jazz hands. Like, she's the one that I had dinner with her and all these not White Dwarf, Black Library folks that night. And she's just a wonderful person. Her husband's a really, really nice guy too. So it's just funny to see people that you're like, oh, I know that person. You know?
That's the thing, is like I always go through the painted models section by like readers or whatever. Because I'm like, do I know this person? Yeah.
Occasionally I'm like, oh, hey, it's so-and-so's model. And then I'll usually send them like a little congratulations. All right. Keep going, Josh.
Dave stuff. Yeah. Okay. So we have the battle.
It's a great battle. It's arrows, cool big shots. Like they've corrected for sure.
Yeah, it's well done. It's an interesting scenario because it's like all the order stuff is in the middle, completely surrounded, and slaughter should ensue, but order ended up winning. So
what I don't like is that they're using that cardboard flat base for their
battle mat
for their mat. Yeah,
not
a fan. Doesn't photograph well.
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Glossy.
Yep.
Keep going.
Index Herodotus. This is World Eaters. So this is actually introducing an index for World Eaters to play with. This is
this is before their army index. Yeah.
Before their codex.
This is before their codex.
Before the 10th edition index. Yeah, it's before the 9th edition codex. It's lore of the Warhounds, Karn, Horus Heresy, Scalathrax, etc. It's a lore deep dive in a couple pages. Then it's the actual index of this. So it's new rules for 40k World Leaders. This includes the Legion trait. It includes Warlord traits, stratagems, relics, new rules for Karn, and new rules for Khorne Berserkers.
What's interesting is this article, like you said in your notes, and it says on the cover, oh, World Eaters inside or whatever. And you put on your notes, oh, well, the focus of this is World Eaters, sort of, right? But this is like, that's a big deal for 9th edition. But also, this is a significant portion of it goes from, this is like 30 pages, 34 pages of the end of the. Yeah. It's a good collection. I mean, some of that's a story.
The rules are pretty small, but some of that is but what's really cool is how they theme everything else that I'm about to talk about.
Yeah.
So then we get into Galactic Warhost, and this is blood and skulls, the color of slaughter. So it's very specifically of like how to paint things, how to paint blood effects, how to paint skulls, and these are very relevant.
What are the colors specific to this?
Especially, yeah. There's actually a cool little like color wheel. Of all the colors involved, which is all the color theory going into World Leader paint schemes, whether it's Warhounds pre-heresy to World Leaders to now Berserkers and all of the full spectrum there. There's some really cool painting conversion stuff with alternate paint schemes in there.
Some great concepts and ideas here.
The white and red in there. Yeah, some of the more classic Horus Heresy,
that red and white,
the off-white and the blue.
Very
the
cool.
White and red. I really like that paint scheme. Brian has his Predator tank is painted in that color because he is doing like late stage Heresy.
That's really cool. For his
Horus Heresy
White Dwarf,
stuff, but then he's tied in.
White Dwarf page 477, June 2022 on page 96.
96. Yep.
Yeah. That is solid.
Yeah, some really cool little alternate things. And then I like they've taken the paint splatter and they've renamed it as blood splatter. Very fitting. It's a small thing, but it's a really nice touch, right? So we have blood and skulls, again, alternate paint schemes. This is a World Leaders of Khorne Terminator. So it's a Terminator just painted up start to finish with their standard paint splatter approach, but called blood splatter, which I appreciated.
That's amazing.
We have Echoes from the Warp. This is Robin Crudis, who is now the senior game developer, who's, he had just written codexes and issues of White Dwarf, but now he's much further along in his career with Games Workshop. He talks about the recent release of Chaos and Imperial Knights codexes. That one wasn't overly interesting to me, but it was talking about some of the similarities and differences and the actual like game design of it, which I think mileage varies on how much interest you have in that, especially with knights themselves. New rules for Zone Mortalis, which again, Horus Heresy. The ever living lie is that every army can be a Zone Mortalis army, which of course needs to grow into a full army from that. But just having
this is a specific Horus Heresy section of the
Horus Heresy Zone Mortalis new rules for that. Yeah,
but my point is, like, they've gone from Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Warhammer 40K, Horus Heresy, like it's organized in such a way. Yeah.
Yep. One of the reasons that I chose this issue here is Law of the Bad Zone. So this is a whole new way to play an Enforcers gang in Necromunda. Nice. This is Bad Zone Enforcers, which takes the Enforcers, which are a fairly restrictive and limited gang in Necromunda, and introduces a whole new way to play them that really unlocks a ton of options with a lot more versatility and variety.
You hear that, Adon?
How they interact with various campaign systems. Yeah.
You hear that, Adon? Necromunda may be for you.
And for our upcoming Westramunda that Campbell and I will be attending, I am playing Bad Zone Enforcers in there as the sheriff in the high desert there.
I'm so jealous. I'm really jealous that I don't get to go to this.
Yeah. You're gonna miss out. We'll send you.
I am.
Yeah, I have no consolation prize for you there, Carl.
No, it's gonna suck missing. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. No, you're right. 100%. I made my decision. I had a kid 23 years ago.
I'll think of you when one of my gangers catches on fire and falls out of a building into a dumpster that is also on fire.
That's amazing.
Necromunda rules.
It does.
Yeah, it's the best. So this is a really cool rules edition that really unlocks a whole new way to play a gang that you might already have a lot of people already have models for, because it was one of the big box gangs. I have a huge collection of Enforcers, and I am very excited to play them in this new alternate format. Then there's a Black Library story in here. It's Heirs of Reason. It's 12 pages long. It's interesting. It didn't really engage me that much.
More Tome Keepers.
Again, I'm not a huge fan. Yeah, so it's the Tome Keepers. It starts against orcs, and it's the Space Marines actually get their butts kicked, and which is a little bit interesting.
I will say,
an Alpha Legion
stories
later on, and
like the opening line of a story is so important. Right? Like the opening line of a book of a story is really important. And I think he kind of nails it here, where he's like, "This was not a good idea," said Sumu, firing his Stormbolter over the makeshift barricade. Like, okay, what wasn't a good idea? Like, I gotta know more.
It's not quite I was there the day Horus slew the Emperor, but it does make me want to keep reading.
But it is a solid start. Like, that's all right. Yeah. I'm in, it's good.
Pretty quickly therein, I lost interest personally.
Yeah, fair enough.
Your mileage may vary on that one, but I'm not looking for random stories of chapters that I'm not invested in.
There you
go. There was some interesting ways in which it was written. There was a lot of the main character's inner monologue, a lot of his inner monologue, in addition to the action and the communication happening with his squad of brothers. But it wasn't enough to keep me engaged. So anyways, inside the studio, rather than doing a blow by blow of what everybody in the studio is up to, it tied in specifically into Hobby Bingo, which is something that White Dwarf Games Workshop Warhammer community had introduced, and all the achievements you unlock on the bingo card for a unit of 10 plus, large monster, etc. So it was very specifically on what they had achieved that was worthy of the bingo card. And then the little preview tag of next month is Kill Team Kill Zones.
Right on. Good summary.
And that's it.
Good summary. Campbell, bring us home.
All right.
The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid.
Gondor calls for aid.
I have the most recent White Dwarf I could get, which is White Dwarf issue 510, which is April 2025, which on the cover is Ride for Rohan, everything you need to know about Middle-earth strategy battle game. And this is weird because it's the tie-in to the new Lord of the Ring or new Middle-earth battle game edition, box set, etc., which came out in December.
Right. A while ago.
I don't know how well you know the calendar, but April is after December.
They were gearing up for the latest one, which is Fulgrim and the Slanesh guys.
So I think the reason was just because they couldn't see the stuff before the movie or something like that. Interesting point. they make some point there where it's like we couldn't cover it then, so we're covering it now.
Yeah,
that's okay.
And the movie got delayed like 6 months to a year also, which screwed up the whole release of this entire. Like this product was supposed to come out in I think June of last year.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But the movie was delayed, which screwed up the whole licensing release deal.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense and makes me feel a little more understanding for this random Lord of the Rings issue. Kyle Lowry is the editor, and no one else has a last name in this magazine.
That's kind of a shame. Like, okay.
Or I think it's Kyle Lowry, which is cool. He's been the editor for a while, since at least the time it came back to being a monthly magazine. I'm pretty sure he's been the editor for at least a good few years. I remember seeing his face as the editor when I was still picking up White Dwarf several years ago. So the focus is the War of the Rohirrim launch box. You open with Planet Warhammer, which has got a bunch of reader-submitted models, which is very cool. My favorite, it's got Johnny Watson has a recreation of the old Howling Griffins army from issue 180, where he goes over how he tracked down all these old vintage models, and he had to do some kit bashing to kind of reproduce it, but he even reproduced like the army layout on the like scratch-built 90s terrain. It is so cool.
That's sick. I love me some Howling Griffins.
Yeah, and it's like it being straight at my heart. And it's not using Primaris Marines. It is straight up using the original models from the early 90s. You can kind of see it. Lads there. Yeah, that's
look at those goblin green bases.
You know who else collects Howling Griffins? Robin Credis.
Yeah, which is probably one of the reasons it got in here. But it's very cool. Next is The Road Goes Ever On, which is a retrospective of the Lord of the Rings game, which did make me realize that GW's been making the Middle-earth game longer than it hasn't. It's been making this game for 25 years.
That is true.
24 years.
I mean, Lord of the Rings, the movies came out quite a while ago now.
Yeah, they came out in 2001.
Yeah.
What was they started. And yeah, GW made some Middle-earth models way before that. But yeah, it's interesting. Though I feel like being like, here's a retrospective of the game featuring no one who worked on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I think it did feature some people worked on it, but mostly it's an ad. It's 9 reasons you should play. It's just advertising, which is like, all right, fine. It's not really showing you why it's cool. It kind of walks you through how a dice rolling sequence goes. It's not that interesting. It's got some nice photos, but then you've got the Battle of Edoras, which is kind of the opening battle from the animated movie, and it's a battle report.
Have you seen the animated movie?
I haven't.
I haven't either. I need to watch it.
It's in. I've got a hold on it at the library.
I was too busy watching Wicked City.
Yeah, the other major anime.
Over and over.
There is a big tentacle monster in Lord of the Rings.
That's true. That's true.
Just approaches the whole encounter a little differently. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, it's about motive here. But yeah, when I do get this movie from the library, when I finally get access to the one DVD my entire county has, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But it's a battle report based on the opening battle of the movie or an early battle from it.
Okay.
It's okay. It's really pretty. It showcases the models very gorgeously, but I have no idea what's happening. There's no photos. There's nothing walking you through how the new edition is different or better, really. There's an article in there that kind of tells you that it's different and better, but it doesn't showcase how.
Interesting.
It's not super different, but the models are awesome. The
models are awesome. And there's kind of like this article afterwards called The Race of Men, which goes over each of the new models in the box, has some details from the designers, and it's pretty cool, but I wish it was more in depth. It says, it was hard to translate these costumes from film into animation into miniature. Okay, tell me more. Nope.
No, that's enough. We're running out of room.
It's killing me because the word density is so much lower than it was in the issue from 2000. Like the page count's about the same, the thickness is about the same, but the density is so much thinner.
Interesting.
The text is bigger and more legible. It's against backgrounds you can read as opposed to stone patterns, but they could stand to have more of it. Then there is an article that I thought was so freaking cool, which is The Ancient and the Eldritch. This is an article about Eldar design with Jess Goodwin or Darren Latham, or as it says, Jess and Daz, no last names. And it rules. It goes unit by unit through the Eldar, going over here's the iconography and the lore and the reasoning and the functionality between striking scorpions and howling banshees and so on. It's so cool. And
And how well defined that's been for so long. And
it's a really interesting kind of part 2 to, honestly, the Rick Priestley article I read from the issue 25 years ago. There's this very cool bit where it's like a bit from Jess where it's like Eldar are built around convex shapes, like bubble shapes, and Dark Eldar Drukhari are built around concave shapes. So if you look like a falcon, it's this big like rounded eggshell sort of shape, or at a Wraith Lord, it's this rounded eggshell. Well, if you look at any Dark Eldar armor, it's all curved inward in a really interesting way.
Curved blades, sharpening. Yeah, that's actually really interesting, and a nice kind of juxtaposition between the two flavors of the Eldar race. Yeah. Nice.
It's the kind of insight that like I come here for. It even has this little bit where it's like just showcases some of the iconography from the transfers and has just talking over like what this means, why this is significant, like what these like gate symbols mean and all that. It's so cool. And I wish it went a little further. I wish it showed some of Jess's sketches because his sketches for this range are so cool. Like I've got the his old sketchbook that they put out for, the Gothic and the Eldritch. If you ever do I've tried to find it, but the prices that it's going for that's available are astronomical. But it's like the one book I wish I had in my collection. I'll bring it to Westromunda if you haven't gotten to page through it. It's worth paging through.
I would love to.
I wish it had some of his sketches. And tantalizingly, this is only part 1 of 2. So there is like a second part in the following month, which I might actually pick that up because this is really fascinating. Even with Eldar not being my army, having, again, Jess Goodwin and Darren Latham, who are the guys who make Eldar right now, talk about them. That's fascinating. You've got some Harlequin Combat Patrol rules. It's cool getting rules in White Dwarf. Combat Patrol is out of the way enough that's not going to, mess up competitive 40K and have a whole cascade of balance problems. Just, have fun. It's Combat Patrol. Who cares? You've got this thing called Aspects of War, which is strategic supremacy, which is a new way to play 40K with these really wackadoo stratagems that are very powerful, called exigency command points that basically you spend an exigency command point and a regular command point to do like this big, crazy, extra good stratagem. It's also got punch out cards for them in the back, which is cute. So that's kind of a nice thing to kind of have. But if you want to play that way, that's cool. I always like having different ways to play in White Dwarf. It's a good place to have that sort of thing. Worlds of Warhammer, narrative characters in the Mortal Realms. It starts off and I'm like, oh, this is going to be cool because like we like to have books about characters like Callus and Toll because they've got agency in their setting, but if something happens to them, it's not the end of the world. Like if Callus and Toll die in the next book, the Mortal Realms will
go on. Yeah,
they'll go on. It's not like oh no, Sigmar died, but then most of it just becomes an ad for Callus and Toll books. It kind of just sums up,
degenerates into an advertisement.
Yeah, they had me in the first half. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, it just sums up.
This was a bad idea.
Yeah, and
that's
it's
like the first line.
Yeah, and I like those characters. Like their models are great. I like the Warhammer animations I've seen with them. I haven't read any of their books. I've only read or watched the cartoons. I'm an anime only kind of guy, but yeah, I don't know. I'll read them someday. You've got another Flashpoint, which is interesting. That's an ongoing thing.
Yep.
And this time it's Flashpoint Nashka, which is about the Iron Sons, Iron Jaws, Iron Sons Oryx. Iron Jaws is the faction, but Iron Sons is the sub faction, and it's background lore for them in AOS. It's fine. They're orcs. They don't do anything.
No, they're Oryx.
They're orcs. Yeah, they're legally distinct.
Yes.
Yeah, they are orcs. They do orky things. Nothing in there is terribly surprising.
Right.
It's got some stuff that's interesting. There's a short story in there. It's fine. It's just an orc being like, I'm going to crump some guys, and his buddy being like, okay,
yeah, you are.
Let's crump them. All right, tight. We going crumping.
Let's do that.
Yeah, it's not that.
Crumping is tight.
Crumping is tight. Put that on my fucking gravestone. Sorry, I said a cuss word.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Then the interesting thing though is they do get rules. They get an army of renown for Iron Sons. So it straight up says this is Warhammer Legends rules. You can't use this in match play.
That's cool. Actually, like to release rules and just say, look, these are legends. Like right out of the starting gate.
I think that the more stuff gets released as legends from the get-go, the less it's just going to be seen as, oh, this is the dustbin of Warhammer.
Exactly. It's right. Just like, look, this may not necessarily be balanced for competitive play, but you should have fun with it.
Yeah, and interesting.
I think that's a great place for White Dwarf to put more rules out.
I love it.
Like straight to Legends, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like,
and you could even have a legendary compendium once a year that has this stuff collated. It could almost be like a chapter approved sort of thing.
Listen, let's not get crazy.
That's different. Here's the interesting thing, though. Like, I don't care about their specific rules because I'm probably never going to run into them. But it has special rules for like the Iron Jaws character in the short story.
Oh, okay.
Even though he's got no model. It's like, oh, you can convert your own take on this guy. Here's a suggestion for how you can do it.
Model your own.
I love that stuff,
cool.
by the way.
It's, there's so much that has been lost over the time, you know?
There was somebody I think it was even in the 40K Badcast Discord that was showing like their Sharkadons, Josh, and they were like, here's my what's his name? The captain. Tyberos. Here's my not Tyberos, the Red Wing. And it was an awesome conversion, by the way. So you should take a look in there if you haven't. I'm sure it's in the. I'm sure that's.
I have an ambigified version of him.
Nice.
I haven't painted yet, but
nice.
Yeah. But the model's awesome.
All right,
such a cool.
Tight, said the war boss.
Yeah.
Next up, you've got a little short hobby hangout, which is a short little tutorial for painting orc skin. It's good.
Cool.
It's not gonna, it's not gonna win you Golden Demon, but it's gonna get you a great looking orc on the tabletop. Or sorry, Auric. But add or remove characters as you care to. Interestingly, next there's something called Basic Training, and it's a tactics article on movement in Age of Sigmar. And it shows you basically, here's some reasons why you might want to move for screening or objective play or whatever. But it ends with a problem. It says you have this unit, you have like this unit of chain rasps and this like ghost horse boy, and they're tied up with some enemies, and there's an objective here. What do you do? Turn to the last page for a solution.
Yeah, as I say, you turn to the last page of the book and it's upside down, and you
actually kind of it's behind the cardboard punch-out page.
Nice.
Which is really
all right with that.
Buy the next issue to find out.
Yeah. That would have been even worse.
I'm proud to say I solved it without needing to look at the back.
You're so smart.
Yeah, I know. I'm so smart. I've played Warhammer once or twice in my life, but still, it's cool. I think that's a fun little. It's not it's not quite having a crossword puzzle in here, but it's fun. Next up is Tatters of Hope Part 5, which you like fiction, White Dwarf. How about a 5-piece serialized piece of fiction that you need to have paid attention to the last half year to read?
If Dan Abnett wrote it, I would probably have come back for every issue.
Now, here's the thing. As someone who used to do floppy comic books a lot, when you read a serialized comic book, I don't remember what happened last month by the time I get to the next one.
This is very true.
Right. You chew through that short story, that chapter in
I'll buy it when they re-release it in a Black Library novella with a bunch of other.
I think it's going to be because it kind of ends as has an advertisement essentially for more adventures from these guys. Go here.
Okay.
So I assume
you'll probably find it reprinted somewhere until it was
I hope so, because if this person who wrote this Tatter Shields series probably cares about these little regiment of weirdos, and it'd be kind of a shame to be like, okay, cool, your fiction is in these very ephemeral pieces of magazine that no one will ever read again. So I didn't read this because I didn't care.
Though to be fair, if I wrote a story and they printed it in White Dwarf, I'd probably be like, "Did you read my story in White Dwarf?" I mean, to be fair, like it's the equivalent for a writer probably initially of getting a fanfic writer of getting their picture of their painted model in the,
no, for sure.
Yeah. If I'm being fair and I think about it.
Justin Hill started as a fanfic writer before he was doing 40K Lit.
He writes fantastic stuff.
Yeah, he writes good stuff. Keep on keeping on. But the cool thing is at the end of this, there's a little article showcasing conversions of the characters in the story.
Love it.
And they're not, I don't mean to be rude here, but they're not like super great. They're just like done by a guy. They're not done by the heavy metal team or even by, I think, the White Dwarf team. They're just done by an enthusiastic hobbyist. And that's nice. It's that approachable sort of hobby that I think is good.
I think there should be a mix of that within the magazine.
Showcase all levels. Because if you only showcase the very best stuff and you come into it and your stuff doesn't look like that, that's
which it won't. Yeah.
It won't.
It won't.
Then we've got, at the end is kind of your White Dwarf bunker section. Access granted. It's the hobby bingo card. I don't really pay attention to that because I've got too many bingo cards in my drawer here. But the fun part is there's an article called Car Show. Criminy. It's late. And this is a contest between a bunch of White Dwarf and GW people to convert up the coolest orc vehicle. And their creations are insane. And you've got everything from White Dwarf staffers to like Maxime Courbet, who's like a heavy metal painter, just making these wackadoo orc conversions.
That's cool.
Actually, they're not even all orcs. They're just vehicles.
Yeah.
So like, you've got this big orc, battle wagon that's got a Death Strike missile on the top of it and as many thrusters in the back as possible. And then you've got someone made a little like tuk out of a sentinel and a couple of wheels.
Nice.
That's amazing.
It's a really fun article, and they have a little,
awesome.
Here's this one fastest looking.
So talking about that sense of humor that we were talking about way at the beginning of the episode, right? I mean, here you're seeing kind of that re-envisioned for 2025.
Yeah. So there's a this is kind of the end of my sort of coverage of this, but I got a note on that. So Mark Latham, who I assume is related to Darren Latham, but I think it's a common enough English last name. Who cares? He's on Blue Sky right now, and someone got at him recently and was like, "You guys seem like you were having so much fun with Blood Bowl naming, especially like Lizardmen Blood Bowl names, where the names are like Tic Tac Toe and Grimlock,
right,
and so on." And he basically he said a few things there because he was the editor of White Dwarf for a while about how, one, even though internally they call them toy soldiers, they never call them toy soldiers in the advertising because they don't want this to think as like, they don't want a teenage boy who is, let's be honest, the target demographic to think this is a lame toy for kids.
Right.
No, these are miniature miniature figurines. These are soldiers. These are miniatures, whatever. You just don't call them toys.
Yeah.
They're models. They're models, Mom, not toys. They're not dolls.
Says that right on the side. This is not a toy.
Yeah, precisely.
Not children's products.
That's right.
Yeah, wink. But more importantly, he said that part of this thing, like the ethos when he was working there, was you can make jokes about the game, but the game can't be a joke.
Right. And I see the distinction there. 100%.
You can have a sense of humor, but it can't. Again, it's not like Rumble Slam where the game is a joke wrestling game.
Right.
It's a serious, scare quotes, serious setting that can have some humor in it. And I think the people who did this converting contest got the memo because like some of them are more straightforward than others, but some of them are a little goofy. And that's fine.
That's awesome.
That's fun. I think that's how it should be, like the
range of creativity in the hobby.
That's the thing. This is an art form. Like call it what you will. And you can do paint by numbers, or you can make this wild little tuk that got the award for most souped up, which
is brilliant.
It's so cute and funny, but also looks like a real.
Also, really well done. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the thing is like the quality of these is generally pretty great.
That's great.
I like the storm.
Yeah. Games Workshop used to do a thing. This was years ago where I remember one time they gave everybody one of the Battle Force boxes, like the before it was like the get started, it was one of those boxes you'd buy and then you'd be like, yeah, but you also got to buy an HQ and you got to buy this to actually, right. But everybody got one of those and you had like X amount of time to get it painted up. It was like 2 months or something. And then you had to bring it in and show it all painted up. And if it wasn't all painted up, they took a hammer to an entire thing. So you either had it fully painted, you got to keep it, or they destroyed it in front of you.
Oh my God.
I'm like, that's amazing.
There's no motivation like bullying. Yeah. That's the one thing you should take from this show. There's no motivation like bullying.
All right. Well, speaking of bullying,
Campbell's new sign off.
Let's take a short break. We'll come back. We'll kind of summarize our thoughts on where White Dwarf stands, where we think it's been its best, and then we'll close out the show. So we'll be right back. All right, and we're back to kind of give our final thoughts and then close the show out here. So, who wants to go first?
I think I can go first. I've got the biggest disparity between time periods I've worked on. I think I love how enthusiastic it was before. There's still the people writing it still clearly care, but I feel like the divide in quality between stuff like in the latest issue, stuff like the Eldar article where it's like, here's your behind the scenes chat with the people who made it, that's full of all this in-depth detail, and stuff like the battle report, which is very surface level, and like the Lord of the Rings coverage here. I feel like there's a big gap in both enthusiasm and clarity.
Okay.
And I feel like the old White Dwarf, while it might have been far more scattershot in its focus and certainly much less clean and professional and legible much of the time, did have a lot more depth to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I get you.
Obviously, there's nostalgia speaking here. It can't not be speaking here.
Yeah.
Everything was better when you were a kid. Does not matter what.
Including bolters on Land Raiders.
Yeah, including hurricane bolters. They used to be AP5.
That's true.
They cut through guards like butter. Nowadays,
they fall off the vehicle over time over again. The stupid metal hurricane bolters.
So I feel like White Dwarf in the early 2000s, late 90s, whatever. That's
your premium.
That's my primo. I can't beat that.
Yeah.
And it looks a lot nicer now. The photography is better. The layout is better. The legibility is better, but it just feels a lot less dense and it feels a lot
That's
lighter.
a fair point. Yeah.
It's still good. Like I did have a good time reading this. I haven't read a White Dwarf in quite some time. So I had a nice time reading this for sure, but it didn't feel like this tome of knowledge and new fluff, new models and so on that this issue from 2000 was.
Mm-hmm. Josh, what about you?
Yeah, for me, similarly, I had a subscription to White Dwarf in the late 90s to early 2000s, and I don't think I've subscribed since 2002, and maybe picked up the occasional one here and there, mostly when it was rule specific or something like that I knew was coming or something I was very excited about. So there's definitely like a kind of polish and shine to it, but at the state, in exchange for maybe a little bit of that passion, a little bit of that just pure driving force for it. It's a little bit more polished. It's a little bit more commercial. It's a little bit more corporate. But there is still some very good content in there. Like, especially again, going back to the Titanic issue that I reviewed with that, like
it's a good issue.
They're kind of the painting masterclass on that, but the alternate paint schemes on the Khorne Berserkers, like not every article in every issue is going to be the best. Like you can't have Jess Goodwin and Darren Latham in every single issue talking about a deep dive that's been around for 30
and there's
years.
Issues like in that 2000 range as well that were just
I'm sure it just landed flat, right? Yeah.
There's articles and issues that certainly didn't hit as hard as that one. That one in particular, laser beam focused at my heart.
Yeah.
Next one, maybe not so much.
I get you.
Right.
That's monthly magazine.
We're all going to have segments, issues that are going to resonate more with us, whether it's nostalgia, whether it's something that we're working on specifically, whether it's an interest, whether it's an artistic inclination, whatever. But I think pretty much every issue is going to have something to offer for it, and whether it like the percentage of what that is just going to vary depending on what they put out that month and how it resonates with you individually. But there's still great insights to be found there.
Yeah. I hearing you, Campbell, talk about that early stuff, like the thing that leaps to mind is like the first edition AD&D DM's guide or early Abnett before it got like polished, or early William Gibson. Like if you've read like Count Zero or Neuromancer, by the time you get to Mona Lisa Overdrive, you're like, this is kind of different. Like he's got an editor that's polishing it up and making it better, but arguably it loses something in that pulp granularity that it had. It loses a little bit of character, and I think that kind of summarizes where it sits currently. I will say, when they came back out of the starting gate after the debacle of going to weekly with Visions as the second magazine, I think they hit the ground running like a lot better. They got like a lot. Maybe they took that time to reset or, kind of take stock on what went right and what didn't. But what they came back with, I think, has some things that were better than where we sit now. Though I think where we sit now is actually not too bad. The issue after the one you just reviewed, Campbell, is the one with Fulgrim, the new Fulgrim model, and a bunch of stuff about the new
Emperor's Children.
Emperor's Children. I was going to say Noise Marines, but Emperor's Children and all that. And there's some pretty great content in that issue. Like, I just read that issue. I picked it up and I was like, oh, this is a good issue, but it does have exactly what you're talking about. Like, it's not as densely packed with information. There's what's in there is good. There could be more in there, you know? But again, I agree with you. Like, the look of the magazine, the feel of the magazine is slick. I am not a subscriber any longer. I was a subscriber for quite a while. Some of that has to do with the issues they ran into with delivery for subscribers, things arriving late or not arriving at all. And I mean, their customer care is always really good. They'd fix that kind of situation for you when you brought it to their attention, but it just became so regular that it was a problem that I was just like, you know what, I'll just get it at the store. It's fine. Yeah. And now I don't necessarily buy every issue any longer, though. If I'm in the game store and I see it, I will flip through it. If I see, oh, this is very heavy in Age of Sigmar this month, nothing seems to leap out at me, I'll just pass on this issue. I was glad to see your coverage of that Adeptus Titanicus issue, Josh. I think that issue for me was like, oh yeah, this is what I wanted to see. This is a good issue.
It's kind of the pedestal of the reboot.
Yeah.
This is White Dwarf.
Yeah.
No one can argue that this is White Dwarf.
And when I go back and I look at like my favorite era, honestly, my favorite era still remains right after and during the Eye of Terror campaign. There was just so much cool content they were producing, and the community is more involved in some of the content there. They're going out to community, showing the community in action, doing things, holding events that are, look at this big, Siege of Calth event we ran, and then two of my favorite issues of all time, which I based a worldwide campaign for Patreon members years ago that we did, was how to run your own Eye of Terror campaign, and like how to, and it's math heavy. Like, it's like, oh, you got to compute this and compute that and compute that. And I built a spreadsheet that would do all that, and people would play games, submit them, and it would compute it and say, okay, this planet is now X, taken over X amount. And I had to make some adjustments because we included everything, not just Chaos and really Eldar and Imperium, but and a little bit of Necron. But I think that for me is the heyday. I want to see, I've already talked about, I want to see terrain expansion, stuff like that one article you showed, Josh. That was fantastic. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That, along with, I want to see more community involvement too. Now, they do have the Warhammer community website. And I really see that as kind of like two sides of the same coin. You have the print version of this, and then they can expand upon those things in online if they choose to, or vice versa. And I'd like to see those tie in together. Warhammer community a lot of times is about what's coming out now, and rarely is it, here's this new way to play that we came up with, or I think they save those articles for the White Dwarf.
It's sort of a Warhammer community is a little bit of a misnomer in a lot of ways, because it's GW's marketing arm, and that's fine.
And that's fine.
They're allowed to have that. Yeah. And like the closest it gets to community involvement, much of the time is stuff like, here's a bunch of painters painted this new set. Like, I've done that plenty of times. I think it's cool. I love doing it. I think it's a positive thing to have there, but if that's the extent of the community bit, it feels a little bit not quite living up to it. Yeah,
I'd love to see them like, hey, we went to Adepticon and look at these photos we took, and we talked to people who were organizing events or playing in events. How is Campbell? How is that Space Hulk thing not represented?
Yeah,
in White Dwarf.
It's like, can you sell a Space Hulk box set?
Sell it.
No, but you can sell Terminators. You can sell Gene Stealers. Yeah. And like Space Hulk is, again, it's part of Warhammer's DNA.
God forbid that the terrain was not built by GW.
Right. And they show they showed the Golden Demon. That's cool. That's great. That's a good thing to have in White Dwarf. Because again, on Warcom, because that's all going to be all over social media the day of, because someone will be like, hey, look, I won Slayer Sword with this thing. Well, would you rather see their post, or which you might not be following, or see it boom right there on the homepage? Yeah. I think that's a good solution there. But I also feel that, like you're right, when it comes to an article on something, they do have them. Like they've got some, like I was reading some behind the scenes, like here's who designed the Emperor's Children sort of stuff. But it's like, if I'm taking the time to write and edit and interview an article with a sculptor who is maybe not super available to do this sort of thing, because, if GW is going to pay this sculptor for an hour of their time, would they rather have it be talking or sculpting? It makes more sense to put that in White Dwarf.
But if they do all that, then what's Goonhammer going to do?
Exactly. So I rescind all of that. Games Workshop, stop this immediately.
But the reality is they have access to people that you don't, even as Goonhammer. They have access to internal. I remember when Jason Mullins was on the Overlords, a podcast that was based out of London. Mm-hmm. And I came out and visited Jason, and we went to Warhammer World, and we were hanging out and stuff. And I was talking to him, and I was like, how are you guys not here all the time? And he's like, well, it's like a 2-hour ride. I'm like, I go, for your show, you have access to this great event hall and things that are going on and people that are walking by. Man, if I were that close to Warhammer World, the independent characters would have a segment about Warhammer World every frigging episode. Here's what we went and did and played at Warhammer World. And by the way, we were talking to Jess Good, and we were talking to Robin Credis. We ran into Dan Abnett, whatever. Like, they have that access. I'd love to see them utilize it for more than, quite honestly, Warhammer TV. And they have like a little talk show on Warhammer TV they do sometimes. And it's sometimes they still came out with something new recently, but it's not. It's okay,
When we were at Warhammer World again a decade ago, and we walked out of Bugman's bar, and I'm like, that guy sitting in the corner talking with some dudes in a hush, and there's like a hushed corner where some people were talking. I'm like, that guy looks familiar, and I'm just like, shit, that was Dan Abnett.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and I was holding a copy of Eisenhorn that I had just bought there at the store.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm like, oh well.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean,
could have got it signed.
Now I've been out there.
Just hang out there.
Now I've been out there so many times. It is accessible to get to. It's gone up in price.
Truth be told, you are the Warhammer equivalent of a Disney adult at this point.
Yeah. I think that's a fair statement. Yet I've never found the hidden assassin. It is. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy to be there in Bugman's, and here goes Phil Kelly, and he's just getting a drink before he goes back to his office, and you can go say hi to him, and he's willing to say hi, and he's not going to engage you too long because he's got work to do, but that is where they work, and if you're there for a day, you will see somebody that works in the creative arm of Games Workshop and be able to engage with them. It's pretty fascinating. So.
It's sort of like the thing where if you live in a major city and someone's like, oh, you haven't been on the Freedom Trail? You've lived in Boston for a decade. It's like, well, I live here. It's just right there.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That's my guess for
that's probably true. I mean, how many people come here, Josh, and they're like, what do you mean you haven't gone to the Winchester Mystery House? You're like, I have no interest in going to Winchester. Finally, I got dragged there by some friends, and I'm like, "Yeah, this has sucked about as much as I expected it to." And they were like, "This is really interesting." I'm like, "Not really."
No New Yorker likes Times Square.
I went there as a kid, but I haven't been back since.
No desire to go back. Yeah, cool. Staircase goes nowhere. Right on. All right, are we done yet? Anyway, I mean, I think my attachment to White Dwarf at this point is exactly what I said. Like, I'm going in the store, I look at it. I see, is this 40K, heavy? That might be an issue I'll pick up. If it's not that month, maybe I'll pass unless there's something very specific in it. The latest one has like some Demon World tables that if you're fighting on a Demon World, I'm like, I love that stuff. So cool. I'll use that, but yeah, I mean, I don't have the.
If it's relevant, awesome. If not,
I'll pass.
Maybe it will be in a issue or two. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's okay. I think that's okay.
Very sensible way to approach purchasing products.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Oh,
Yeah, weird.
Well,
Weird.
on that note, we have leave us reviews on iTunes or whatever your service of choice is there. We have Facebook group. We have Patreon, which Josh and I have just released. I think we released like an hour episode just the other day, and like we're adding a significant amount of bonus content there. Let's see. We've got what else? We got our Discord, which is going awesome. You can find me on there.
Discord.
If you know who I am.
Progress Challenge. Yeah.
Get the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I can't sell you a Word Bearers Army, though. You can catch Campbell on the 40K Badcast, and they have a Discord as well and a Patreon as well. Great couple guys, Dan and Campbell, and they're absolutely enjoyable. Just recently, after we put out our latest episode, you guys hadn't put out an episode in a while. And then LATCS hadn't put out an episode in a while. And I was like, for the first time in a long time, I was like, I would love to listen to a 40K podcast right now by either of these guys. And there was like nothing coming out. And then I was literally about to message you and be like, hey, when you guys put out your next episode? And somebody's like, oh, there's a new episode came out today. I'm like, oh, great. So
if you just go ahead and bug Dan, ask him when the next episode is. He loves it. He loves when people are like,
oh, I'll bet he does.
Editing the next episode yet?
Welcome to the party, pal.
Him on Discord.
Welcome to the party, pal.
His favorite.
You know what you could do is put like a header that says our next episode will be released on this date.
Yeah, but that would require Dan telling me that ahead of time.
Requires commitment too. Anyway. All right. You guys got anything else to add? Otherwise, we'll close it out.
Goonhammer. Check it out.
Oh,
Goonhammer.com or search Goonhammer TV on YouTube and watch me as I tell you about stuff.
Yeah.
Put out a great video recently on the 6 best attachments for beginners in 40K, which if you're new to 40K or just looking for a refresher or maybe don't play all that often, give that one a view. It's got some really good advice in it.
Will it teach me how to beat you?
No, I will never give away the secret to how to defeat me.
Bring 3 Land Raiders, not 2, Carl. Got it. Okay, let me take a note.
That's the secret.
Take a note. 3 Land Raiders.
When he throws a rock, or when we throw a rock, he throws a knife. That's very much like the strategy here. You bring 3 Land Raiders, I'll bring 4.
Never
bring
get
5.
I'm only paying for 3 of them.
All right. Well, until next time, this is Carl.
This is Josh.
And this is Campbell.
We're coming to you from the Astronomicon, where you can still find lots of inspiration in the pages of White Dwarf.
Where every game begins and ends with a White Dwarf handshake.
That's true.
And where, much like White Dwarf, everything was better when you were 14.
Yeah, certainly my cholesterol. All right, we'll talk to you guys next time. This episode of The Independent Characters is protected by the Creative Commons license. If you have further questions as to its use, you can find information on the front page at theindependentcharacters.com.